Good morning. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am.
Wonderful. I will
Thank
get
you.
started with our introductions this morning. Good morning. It is October 1st, 2025. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Ms. Mullen today handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. If you are a witness, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to advance to the next slide in your presentation when you're ready, and cross-examiners may ask Ms. Mullen to pull up particular exhibits. If you're experiencing technical difficulties today, please send an email to dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can email the regular AHO inbox, and the hearing team will try to assist you. We will operate on our normal schedule. We will take breaks. As a reminder, my understanding is Mr. Yee, one of our witnesses, is not available until 1 o'clock. So we may have a bit of a longer, depending on how things go, we may have a longer mid-morning break, mid-morning/lunch break. We'll see what the timing is, and then we'll pick up again at 1. I don't think we'll be going all day, but if we do, we will have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. In terms of housekeeping, I did see that an updated itinerary for the site visit came in. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but thank you for that. That came in. I also wanted to note that I saw the motion from, I believe it was Baykeeper, but the motion with respect to the salmon fishery closure. I realized that there was a request. I haven't gone through it in detail. I need to do that, but I realized that there's a request with respect to cross-examination, I believe, of Mr. Bradshaw on October 6th. I'm recalling this from memory, not from my notes, so hopefully I have that right. So I do realize we'll have to, that's the next time we meet. So I will need to make a ruling on that. I need to read the motion in more care. I understand DWR may want to respond, but my initial inclination, just so that all of you know, is that this looks like something that we can address more easily on rebuttal. So that is the general direction of what I'm thinking, but I have not gone through it in detail because we've mostly been in this hearing room together. With those items, I don't know if there's anything additional on either those items or anything else that we should look to before we turn to our witnesses for the morning. So I will look to the room. Are there any other procedural issues that we should address? I'll let you continue to think about that. Let's go ahead and call up our usual participants here. So I see we have Ms. Carroll. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. And Ms. Morris. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to make an appearance if I know you two have to alternate.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. Yes, it just takes us a few extra seconds to avoid the echo.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. And Mr. Keeling, please, if we could elevate him.
Please, if we can elevate Mr. Keeling, and then I think we might as well elevate Mr. Krieger as well. Good morning, Mr. Keeling. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute and make your appearance.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Tom Keeling on behalf of the County of San Joaquin.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Company.
Thank you. And with that, is there anyone else who would like to be elevated before, well, we need to elevate our witnesses, but we'll get to that in a moment. Mr. Keeling or Ms. Meserve, who should I look to introduce your witnesses? And do you have, are they the same parties? I'm trying to track the parties, whether you have another opening statement to be made on behalf of different parties.
We do have another opening statement to be made this morning, and I will go ahead and make it. And we will follow from opening statement to Mr. Zarif.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and start with your opening statement, and then we will elevate Mr. Zarif and swear him in.
Today, you will hear engineering and transportation testimony from Mr. Gilbert Kosio on behalf of the local agencies of the North Delta Land, San Joaquin County, and Sacramento County, as well as Mr. Naji Zarif on behalf of San Joaquin County. We will start with Mr. Zarif, the Deputy Director of Public Works, overseeing the Engineering Services Operational Unit for the County of San Joaquin. He will discuss San Joaquin County's concerns with the overwhelming amount of traffic that the Delta Tunnel project would generate during the lengthy construction period and the effects on county roadways. Mr. Zarif will explain how DWR has underestimated and inadequately addressed transportation-related impacts caused by the project's construction. Failure to adequately address these impacts will result in increased safety risks, accelerated deterioration of public roadways, and unacceptable delays and inconvenience to the public. Specifically, he will explain that although the current FEIR says that improvements will be developed in coordination with the state of California and San Joaquin County, it fails to fully assess the improvements needed, the feasibility of completing these improvements, and the environmental impacts associated with these proposed improvements. In addition, Mr. Zarif will explain that many of the affected roadways were not designed for significant construction-related truck traffic. While repairs may be made after construction is completed, damage to the roads during construction poses a significant impact to the existing users of the roadways. Mr. Zarif will also point out that construction of the Delta Tunnel project poses several safety risks which will increase with the delays as vehicles attempt to pass during periods of congestion and large trucks veer off track when attempting to navigate narrow intersections. Since the county has neither the funding nor the staff resources to address such problems, and review of improvement plans in an expedited manner constitutes an undue burden on county resources, and because DWR itself fails to adequately address these transportation impacts, the State Water Board must reject the petition as not being in the public interest. Then, Mr. Kosio, a consulting engineer with 41 years of experience working on levee maintenance and upgrade engineering in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, will present his testimony on several critical engineering-related topics. Mr. Kosio will discuss how existing science, and I mean existing science and engineering technology, make improvement of Delta levees for through Delta conveyance a more cost-effective and viable method of continued conveyance for water exported from the Delta rather than the Delta Tunnel project. He explains how the Delta Tunnel project is extremely costly and would not replace the need to upgrade Delta levees and to maintain the capacity of the California Aqueduct and other state water project infrastructure that would be essential. Mr. Kosio will discuss what he believes to be the best way forward, which is an armored through Delta conveyance approach to protect the ability to export water and to ensure the water quality of those exports. He will explain what is meant by armored. In addition, he will describe the impacts of the Delta Tunnel project to agricultural activity and viability in the Delta due to subsidence and compaction from planned geotechnical explorations and tunneling activities. Finally, Mr. Kosio will demonstrate how existing storage and conveyance capacity limitations of the State Water Project may make claimed water supply benefits of the tunnel project illusory. Mr. Kosio urges the petition be denied because, for the reasons I just stated, the project is not in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling. And will you just clarify for me, are Mr. Zarif and Mr. Kosio being presented as a panel for cross-examination? What is the order that you envision?
I'm going to let my colleague, Ms. Meserve, speak to that question.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we will hear from Mr. Zarif, then Mr. Kosio, and summarizing their direct testimony, and then both will be available for cross. Is that the... Great, excellent. I will look to the hearing team. If you would please elevate Mr. Zarif and Mr. Kosio, we might as well bring both up. I will swear them in, and then we can start with summaries of direct testimony. And Mr. Zarif, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning.
And let's also look to Mr. Kosio. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I will swear you in one by one, and then I will turn to, it looks like Mr. Keeling, to present the direct testimony. Mr. Zarif, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kosio, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. With that, to you, Mr. Keeling.
Well, the gang's all here. Let's begin. Good morning, Mr. Zarif.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit SJC 1R a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to your additional corrections to your written testimony that you would like to make?
So if I recall correctly, yes, the reference numbers for the 7 embedded photos were changed just to avoid some confusion.
Okay, and that is in the revised version?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Zarif, what is your current position?
Currently, I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works here in San Joaquin County, overseeing the Engineering Services Operation Unit.
How long have you worked for County Public Works Department?
I've been employed with the Department of Public Works for 25 years, and I've served as the Deputy Director since 2021.
As the Deputy Director of Public Works, what are your duties?
So my duties primarily include oversight of, essentially all matters related to design, construction, maintenance, as well as traffic operations within our transportation network, which includes our roads, our bridges, what we consider to be minor structures, signals, and other transportation-related public infrastructure.
Well, speaking of that transportation network, can you very briefly quantify some of the transportation network in San Joaquin County you just referred to?
Yes, absolutely. So our roadway network consists of roughly 1,600 miles of roadways, 264 bridges, and we have over 420 minor structures.
Thank you. Do you have a degree in engineering?
Yes, I do. I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering that I received from California State University, Sacramento in 1999.
Okay. Do you hold an engineer's license in California?
Yes, sir. I'm a registered civil engineer.
And very generally, what is the subject of your testimony today?
So today, the testimony is submitted to just provide some information and opinions related to the impact of the Delta Conveyance project on our county's transportation network.
On what will you be basing your testimony today?
So my testimony is primarily based on my professional experience and judgment, the familiarity that I have with our county roadways, which I just will discuss, and publicly available DCP documents, which include the final EIR, 2023 final EIR, the DCP concept engineering report, and the DCP engineering project reports, specifically the highway and road drawings that were provided.
Thank you. Generally, do you have an opinion about the effects of the number of heavy truck trips and construction employee vehicle miles that the project will generate?
I do, yes. So there's approximately 200,000 heavy truck trips that the project will add to what we consider to be the Delta region. And that's a great cause of concern for us. The documents reveal that there are 101,945,619 miles of construction employee vehicles that are going to be traveled when employees make these trips along for construction. I think those trips are estimated at almost 4 million trips as part of this project. And so since approximately half of those trips are going to be occurring in San Joaquin County, we have some concerns about that.
Did you review the transportation-related materials within the environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did, yes.
Did you form any opinions about the adequacy of that material from a transportation engineering perspective?
Yes, I did. So during my review, I identified instances where I felt like the FEIR failed to adequately evaluate the project's transportation impacts and relies on, in many cases, what could be deemed as unenforceable mitigation. And so as a result, the FEIR underestimates and inadequately addresses the transportation-related impacts caused by the project's construction. This failure will result in increased safety risks for the road users, accelerated deterioration of our public roadways, and unacceptable delays and inconveniences to the public.
Mr. Zarif, do you know what the preferred alternative for the DCP is?
Yes, I understand that it's the Bethany Reservoir alternative.
Based on your review of the FEIR and other project-related documents, do you have an understanding as to whether the Bethany Reservoir alternative results in transportation impacts in San Joaquin County?
Yes.
Well, please describe those impacts for us.
So that alternative proposes to construct at least 6 maintenance shafts within San Joaquin County and identifies proposed access routes, or sometimes new access routes to these facilities. Access to these facilities and or the new access roads where construction is anticipated to be achieved using a number of our existing local county roadways.
Does the EIR propose any road improvements or other mitigation measures?
So yes, the EIR, as well as the DCP concept engineering report, as well as the engineering project report, reflect proposed improvements that purportedly ensure truck routes to and from the access will be adequate and provide safe traffic movements.
Do you have an opinion about the adequacy of those proposed improvements?
I do, yes. So the current EIR or final EIR indicates that improvements will be developed sort of in coordination with the state and San Joaquin County. But during my review, it seems that it fails to fully assess the improvements that are going to be needed, the feasibility of completing these improvements, and the environmental impacts associated with these improvements. Construction of the Bethany Reservoir alternative, including the shafts or maintenance shafts at New Hope for the New Hope tract, Lower Roberts Island double launch shaft is what I think it's called, Upper Jones tract maintenance shaft, and the Union Island maintenance shaft is anticipated to adversely impact several of our public roadways. Some of those roads that I've identified in my testimony include but are not limited to Blossom Road, West Walnut Grove Road, 8 Mile Road, Holt Road, West House Road, Bacon Island Road, and Vanetti Road. And there's possibly some others that weren't, depending on which roads the traffic is going to use.
Thank you. Well, speaking of those impacted roadways, could you please describe those impacted roadways?
Yes, I can. So these roads range in classification. So they are anywhere from what we consider to be a local residential roadway to a collector road. All of these roads experience a wide variety of vehicle use. So we see passenger cars and light trucks using these roads, up to and including wide, what we consider to be slow-moving agricultural equipment, and low volumes of heavy truck traffic. Most of the roadways are narrow. They're 2-lane roadways with little to no shoulders, road conditions that range from very poor to very good conditions, but most of them been rated as poor to very poor. The condition and the settings of these roads are depicted by a number of photos that I included in my written testimony, showing each of the roads as well as their indicated pavement condition index.
Let's take a look at those photos. Ms. Mullen, could you pull up Exhibit SJC1R? And I have the written testimony, page 4. I'm not sure that's the PDF number. We'll find out. Beginning with the photograph marked as location 01. Yes, you have it. You have it. Thank you. Mr. Zarif, please explain what we are looking at in the location 01 photo and why you included it in your testimony.
So this is a street view perspective of Blossom Road. This is a local road located in the northern part of the county. The project proposes to install a maintenance shaft just off of Blossom Road, and this roadway inevitably will be used for access. So as you can see, the PCI is indicated as 62. However, in the photo, you can see that there are actually portions of this road that already have patch repairs associated with them. And so this is a roadway that is likely to incur significant damage with the extensive heavy truck traffic that's anticipated.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can you kind of center that on photograph labeled location 02? It's on the same page. There you go. There you go. Mr. Zarif, can you explain what we are looking at in the location 02 photo, and again, why you included that in your testimony?
Yes, this is location 02 is West Walnut Grove Road. This is also in the northern portion of the county. It actually intersects with Blossom Road. And so while there is a relatively high PCI of 87 that's indicated, this roadway will also be used as an access road and may experience significant disrepair associated with the roadway. And so we wanted to highlight that this is a roadway of concern for us.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can you move to the next photo? That would be location 03. All right. Mr. Zarif, can you explain for us what we're looking at in photo location 03, and again, why you included this in your testimony?
Yes, this is also a street view of 8 Mile Road, West 8 Mile Road. This is located west of Interstate 5. There is a maintenance shaft proposed along this roadway as well, which means that this road will also receive significant truck traffic. The photo sort of depicts that this roadway has limited, if any, shoulders, and this roadway is of concern to us because the soils west of Interstate 5 are expansive, which can exacerbate disrepair when you introduce heavy truck traffic. And so we highlight this as another road of concern for us.
Is this a heavily used road, for example, to access Spanos West?
There are some portions of this of 8 Mile Road that are used for to access Spanos West. Yes, the picture that's shown here is a little bit further west of the residential development, but yes, there is this there are portions of this roadway that are heavily traveled.
Thank you. And on the same page, we see the next photograph, which is location 04. Could you please explain what we're looking at in location 04? And again, why you included this in your testimony?
Yes, absolutely. Again, Holt Road, another one of our public roadways that's anticipated to be used as an access road. Um, you can see that there's a very low PCI of 35.8, which suggests that this road is already in need of repair. Similar to the other roadways that we've discussed or shown previously, there are limited to no shoulders along this road, and so the narrowness, the lack of shoulders, the poor PCI, and the proposal to introduce truck traffic along this road, a significant truck traffic, raises concerns for us.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can you pull it down to location 5, the photo just below this? Thank you. Mr. Zarif, what are we looking at in photo location 05? And again, why did you include this in your testimony?
Yeah, so we're looking at a road that is in significant disrepair. This is West House Road, and as you can see underneath the photo, there is a pavement condition index of 13.37, which is essentially means that this road needs to be fully reconstructed, and not only to withstand just normal traffic, but when you anticipate putting in significant truck traffic on this roadway, there's no way that this road would be able to withstand that. You can see the narrowness. There's not even, I mean, there's 0 shoulders on this roadway, and this has been proposed for access. And so the amount of improvements that are needed to be able to use something like this is, a road like this is pretty significant. And so we wanted to highlight our concerns with this roadway.
I'm glad you mentioned PCI. I've seen that measurement on every photo. Can you tell us what PCI means?
Yeah, so it's a pavement condition index rating. So it's an indicator of the condition of the pavement, and it ranges from 0 to 100. And so if you have anything essentially under 60 is considered to be in poor condition. Anything under 40 is essentially considered to be failed, and is just in need of complete reconstruction generally.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can you scroll to the next page where we have the photo for location 06? Thank you very much. Mr. Zarif, can you please tell us what we're looking at in this photo and what a PCI of 36.39 means and why you included this in your testimony?
Yes, again, this is one of our Delta roads, Bacon Island Road, street view of that roadway, also anticipated to be used as an access road. There's a similar theme that we have even with all of these photos, and that is these roads are narrow. They have very limited to no shoulders. There's disrepair that's already existing. The 36.39, as I mentioned earlier, that's an indication that this road is failed in many cases, and so the introduction of additional traffic, specifically truck traffic, heavy truck traffic, is of concern.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, can you pull it down to location 07? Thank you. Again, Mr. Zarif, can you explain why this photo, what we're looking at, and why this is included in your testimony? And again, the significance of the PCI rating.
So again, yeah, this is another road, Bonetti Road, and this is a street view perspective of that roadway. This road, based on our ratings as a PCI of 38.78, there is a maintenance shaft that is proposed to be located directly on Bonetti Road, and so we share additional concerns or similar concerns as to others about the condition of this roadway in its current state, prior to any proposed construction, during construction, and even post-construction. And so we wanted to highlight not only the lack of shoulders, but also the condition of this roadway.
All right. Going back to and thank you, going back to the question of improvements, do the project documents you've referred to and reviewed identify improvements to existing local roads that lead to the access roads?
So I'd say that's inadequate. The DCP project documents fail to indicate all of the improvements that are required to the existing local roads that lead to these access shafts.
Okay. Have you reviewed the final environmental impact report, Chapter 20, which is on transportation?
Yes, I have.
What does Chapter 20 describe that is of interest to you as a transportation engineer for San Joaquin County?
So of particular interest to me, Chapter 20 describes impacts associated with an increase in vehicle miles traveled, or VMT as we call it, due to what they describe as worker-based trips to construction sites, and also increases in hazards associated with inadequate geometric design features and incompatible vehicular traffic.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, we don't need the photo anymore. Let's return to a full screen of participants. Thank you. Mr. Zarif, have you formed an overall opinion as to the sufficiency of Chapter 20's discussion of impacts and mitigation measures?
Yes. So while the FEIR identifies impacts and proposes some mitigation measures, as I stated previously, it underestimates and inadequately addresses the transportation-related impacts caused by the project's construction.
Please describe the mitigation measures in Impact Trans 1, which is labeled, I think, increased average VMT per construction employee versus regional average, and also explain what VMT means.
Sure. Yeah. So VMT is an indicator of vehicle miles traveled. So it describes, the distance or the miles that are going to need to be traveled to be able to access or to get from point A to point B. The mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or like you said, MM Trans 1, requires workers to use park and ride facilities to transfer to higher occupancy vehicles to access the project. As it is currently written, the efficacy of this measure is uncertain because it depends entirely on DWR to ensure compliance. DWR will be responsible to ensure mitigation measures and mitigation plans are being enforced. So that measure also states that it will incentivize carpooling and vanpooling to and from these park and ride facilities. But again, it's unclear how this would be enforced. And it's also unclear how effective this will be. It is also like to point out unclear how DWR will ensure compliance with the requirements that workers use designated roadways to access these park and ride facilities. So in addition, per the Office of Planning and Research, OPR, their technical advisory on evaluating transportation impacts, a proposed project unable to generate VMT as what they consider to be a level of 15% below the existing regional VMT standard per employee, it indicates a significant transportation impact. And so in Chapter 20, in their analysis, DWR's analysis, they deviate from this standard by using other thresholds of significance. And so as a priority project of the state, our opinion is that DCP should seek to meet the highest standards established by the agency and not try to lower the standards or deviate from the standards because they can in an effort to minimize what the environmental impacts of the project.
So in light of these considerations, have you formed an opinion about impact trans 1?
Yeah, so the failure to use reasonable thresholds of significance and adopt enforceable mitigation for the significant and unavoidable impact determination associated with impact trans 1, that supports my conclusion that the project is unable to mitigate its impacts and therefore is not in the public interest.
Have you reviewed the mitigation measures in impact trans 3, which I believe says substantially increase hazards from a geometric design feature, paren, e.g. sharp curves or dangerous intersections, into parens, or incompatible uses, e.g. farm equipment, all project alternatives. Have you reviewed that?
Yes, I did review that.
In your opinion, are the mitigation measures in impact trans 3 adequately protective?
No. So while the EIR acknowledges that traffic conflicts and safety conditions can occur, it fails to describe the specific safety concerns that may be present because there's a really high level overview of the safety issues that are being described. So there's access routes that are identified in the DCP documents that do not include all impacted intersections where turning movements are going to be unsafe for large trucks. Previously I highlighted that there's going to be access on Blossom Road and Wannagrove Road. That intersection alone is one that I think is very narrow, and we're going to have some challenges with traffic movements from large trucks. There's also an intersection that I highlighted of Bonetti Road and Clifton Court Road, where I think there's going to be challenges with vehicles, or especially large trucks, trying to navigate and avoiding off-tracking. So the introduction of additional construction-related traffic along these rural agricultural roadways is going to result in conflicts with slow-moving agricultural equipment, especially in large vehicles. Congestion is likely to occur, which can lead to unsafe passing situations. Extensive congestion could also result in impacts to other unconsidered road segments that may be utilized as alternative routes. And so VMT analysis don't capture these potential operational issues.
Thank you. We've been talking about impacts that have, to one degree or another, been identified. Would the project also have impacts on local roadways that are unaddressed in the FEIR and the other project documents?
So yes, I would. Yes.
Yes. Can you tell me what those impacts are?
Sure. Yes. So the FEIR mentions improvements to roads and bridges within the area. However, there is no mention of what entity would construct or deliver the planned improvements for the project, or how improvements would be maintained adequately throughout the project. All impacts and necessary improvements to the roads identified, as I identified in locations 1 through 7, and previously discussed, are not included in the FEIR. In addition, the FEIR fails to even identify the impact of damage to existing roads via construction traffic in the thresholds of significance. So county road locations 3 through 7, which I already discussed, are all rated in poor condition and susceptible to significant disrepair with the anticipated heavy construction traffic generated by the DCP. So while repairs may be made after construction is completed, damage to the roads during construction is a significant impact to the existing users of the roadway, including what I consider to be nearby residents and property owners. It's unclear why the DWR does not include repair to the roadways damaged by construction as part of this mitigation measure. So the level of damage to the local roads is best understood in quantitative terms as well, right? Given that the project is going to generate 200,000 truck trips over its lifetime. So while this is an estimate and it's hard to quantify the exact number of trips, the overall level of truck traffic will be severe. These numbers are significant given the extremely high relative impact that heavy trucks have on roads in terms of roadway wear. So there are studies that indicate and show that a 5-axle truck, which we commonly refer to as a semi, has a relative wear rate of 285 times that of a passenger car in terms of the damage that it causes to the roadway. So this means that the addition of 200,000 heavy truck trips will equate to the impact of almost 57 million passenger vehicle trips in terms of that impact. These impacts are not addressed in the mitigation measure, Trans 1. The absence of an adequate commitment to mitigate these impacts will thus leave a lot of local governments, such as San Joaquin County, in affected regions of the Delta and other affected regions of the Delta with a huge increase in roadway maintenance costs.
Mr. Zarif, please summarize your conclusion about the transportation impacts of the project as they affect San Joaquin County.
So if the DCP construction traffic volumes even come close to what is described in the FEIR, there are a number of serious problems that we feel will result. So as all vehicles using the heavily impacted indicated road segments, including farm equipment that depends on these roads, will experience significant delays and inconvenience. There are safety risks that will increase with the delays as vehicles attempt to pass during periods of congestion, and large trucks, go off track when attempting to navigate along these narrow roadways and narrow intersections. These are serious issues that cannot be minimized through sort of cursory mitigation measures that attempt to just placate us local agencies and the unrelated or unapplicable VMT analyses. Further, just to reiterate, the heavy trucks destroy roadways. And none of these road segments that I've shared and covered can withstand the large number of trucks associated with DCP construction. Substantial road reconstruction must occur before the construction begins and would likely need to be repeated not just once, but periodically throughout the construction process. In my experience, such projects require extensive design, environmental review, and competitive bidding before construction even begins. The county has neither the funding, as you mentioned before, neither have the funding nor the staff resources to complete these endeavors. And review of improvement plans in an expedited manner would constitute an undue burden on our resources.
Thank you, Mr. Zarif. That concludes our direct examination of Mr. Zarif. And I believe the plan is now for Ms. Meserve to take over with respect to Mr. Kosio.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Zarif. And over to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Ocean Reserve for local agencies of the North Delta and San Joaquin County. And I'll just note that Mr. Kosio's testimony is also jointly presented by Sacramento County today. And Mr. Kosio, is Exhibit Land 1 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is Land 3 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And is Land 2 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
And did you notice any corrections to your testimony or PowerPoint that you need to point out this morning?
I did not know.
Okay. And just before we give your summary of testimony, could you tell me a little bit about your background as it pertains to preparation of this testimony today?
Do you want my background as far as my experience and that sort of thing first? Or
Yes, please.
yeah. Okay, well, I've been working on the Delta levees since January of 1984 when I started with a company called Murray Burns and Kingland. It's now called MBK Engineers. And they're one of the main engineers in the Delta. Right now, MBK represents about 33 reclamation districts. And if you look at my curriculum vitae, you can see just through my career, I worked for 45, 46 districts in the Delta, which is generally about half of all the reclamation districts in the Delta. And the responsibilities as district engineer is to conduct all levee maintenance rehabilitation, work on drainage issues, including canals and pumping plants, and in some cases, irrigation issues. My experience in Delta planning processes goes way back also. My mentor when I joined MBK in 1984 was a World War II veteran named John Wright. John finished his service at World War II and then completed his engineering degree and then immediately began working for the state of California Department of Water Resources, where he became the levee expert for DWR. In fact, a lot of my reclamation district clients knew John before he came to MBK because the state used to provide him as a resource during floods and whatnot to help them flood fight and maintain levees and that sort of thing. Like I said, John was 65 in 1984 when I started. And he really wanted to retire. And so I was asked to participate in Delta planning efforts as early as the early 1990s, 91, 92. And doing that, I gained a lot of experience in understanding the politics and some of the issues that of concern that would come up in all these planning. And if you look at my curriculum vitae, I have a lot of experience representing Delta levee districts and stakeholders for a lot of these processes. The last one being the Delta Delta Conveyance Authority Stakeholder Engagement Committee, where I was the ex officio member in charge of flood control. But that experience really got me a lot of good experience in dealing with a lot of these major issues, not just in the districts that I work for, but all the Delta. So after 41 years of that, that's my background. I left MBK in 2022 to kind of semi-retire. So I'm currently with River Delta Consulting, which is my own professional corporation. I'm the only employee. I'm the president, secretary, everything. So, the intent of leaving MBK was one, I've been there for 38 years, and two, I just wanted to be a resource to whoever I could in the Delta. So I've actually expanded my breadth because I haven't worked a whole lot in the South Delta, but I'm actually working a lot down there now. And in addition to a lot of that areas, I did work in the Central and North Delta. So it's continuing to keep me interested and keep my finger on things, but at the same time, I've got time to visit kids who live in other states and grandkids and that sort of thing. So I'm enjoying kind of the balance I have now.
Thank you, Mr. Kosio. Ms. Mullen, could we please bring up Land 2, which is Mr. Kosio's PowerPoint presentation? And then Mr. Kosio, if you could go ahead and present your summary of testimony.
Okay, here's the cover page showing typical Delta channel for my testimony and my PowerPoint. So next slide, Ms. Mullen. So what I'm going to describe here is the isolated conveyance. For a lot of years, it was called the isolated facility, either a canal, and then it changed to the current tunnel configuration. And it's been proposed to be a solution to the seismic and sea level rise risk to Delta levees, which is interesting because I'll explain, we've thought about this for a long time. So it's not like we are totally lacking in maintenance and rehabilitation. And we do know what to do. It's just a matter of getting the money and time to do it. So the solution is really not based on the facts. And one of the things I've experienced over the years, like I said, I got involved in most of the, if not all of the Delta planning processes for the last 35 years. And every one of the processes, even though a lot of them included an isolated facility, the key was they wanted to maintain the Delta as it was. And so levee protection was included in all the other Delta planning efforts until water fix. It was part of BDCP and anything previous to BDCP, but it was not included in water fix or the current Delta conveyance project, which is interesting because if you're going to protect the Delta, the levees are the main thing. All habitat all farming, transportation corridors and roads are protected by levees. Without the levees, you don't have a delta. And so that's why these processes included delta levee improvements as kind of the main objective of any delta plan. In fact, I remember in Delta Vision, I was on a 41-member stakeholder group, which included all the farming interests in the San Joaquin Valley and water districts from Southern California, and everybody agreed this was the low-hanging fruit. We do this first, then we can argue whether we want a canal or what eventually turn into a tunnel. But there's no doubt that the main easy to incorporate project was improving the levees. And then one of the things I want to talk about are some of the information that's currently coming out that the infrastructure south of the Delta has got its own risks, and it's currently, due to subsidence, lost a lot of its capacity. And then finally, we'll talk about armoring the Delta levees, which again has been kind of the basis of any water project for the Delta from its inception. And I'll kind of talk about some of the thoughts that went into that, and then the improvement in designs that we now have that we feel take care of a lot of the risks that many people had assumed were going to just destroy the Delta levees. Next slide, please. So I'll touch on here with this slide, kind of talking about the State Water Project. The blue line indicates the aqueduct and the extensions off the aqueduct towards the coast. And as you can see, the red lines indicate the seismic faults that are along parallel or crossing the State Water Project facilities. And this is from a DWR report, and most of my information is coming from reports prepared by DWR, Metropolitan Water District, because they have looked at a lot of these things yet. I want to bring it to light that these are big concerns that cost a lot of money to fix or may not be able to be fixed. Next slide, please. So one of the concerns on the Delta levees is that one, they're inadequate as far as engineering, that they weren't engineered properly, and two, that now that we've got more information about seismic risk, they were never designed for resisting seismicity. So what we've learned back in 1982, DWR published a report called Bulletin 19282, which described a lot of this information, the inadequacy of the levees to prevent water from overtopping, or the instability of the levees, so that when the water's up, they could fail from failure of the foundation and the levee slope. And Bulletin 19282 designed a levee that would be adequate for protection of farmland. And since that time, because other questions have come up and we've learned more about earthquake risk and sea level rise and that sort of thing, a new design, essentially based on the same design from Bulletin 192, has been developed. This is from a Metropolitan Water District report from 2024. I think they presented it in February 2024. And this design that's shown was partly designed by Metropolitan Water District engineers who have been working on their levees over the years for the islands they own, but also included local reclamation district engineers like MBK engineers and Kelson Cynic and UDEC. And so while I was with MBK, I helped them design this structure. And then when I retired, I worked with KSN under their contract to kind of help review what they're coming up with. And essentially what they're coming up with is a much bigger levee. This levee, because of its size, does have earthquake resistance. And because it's designed to have more freeboard and anticipate sea level rise and climate change, it'll take care of as much of that as we need. Now, sea level rise is very interesting because it happens slowly. So as we gain more information over the years on the speed of sea level rise, we can react fairly quickly. We've actually designed potential improvements as the sea level rise numbers become more concrete, so to speak. The key is this on this figure is the levee bench. That's commonly known as a tow berm. And it was known when they designed these levees through Bulletin 19282 that that tow berm would provide some sort of seismic or dynamic resistance. They didn't estimate it because at the time they weren't as concerned. Now that we've got more information on seismicity and they actually have a lot of monitors in the delta that measure ground movement, and I'll talk a little bit about that on future slides, where as you measure ground movement and you understand whether that ground shaking is amplified or dampened by the weak soils in the delta, we found that it's actually dampened quite a bit. 2016 analysis by the USGS and was presented at a Delta Protection or Delta Stewardship Council workshop in 2016 showed that based on those sensors that had been recently placed in the Delta, the 2014 earthquake in Napa shook the levees, and they measured that shaking through accelerometers placed in the Delta and found that the Delta risk management strategy that was developed in 2007, 2008 overestimated the shaking that the levees were going to experience by a factor of 4. So it's quite a monumental discovery that has changed the thought on the shaking that occurs and what we need to do to these levees to resist these. So that's where Metropolitan started working on this. Essentially, the levee crown is going to be bigger, it's going to be higher, going to be wider. I know, excuse me. Back in 2013, when that Stewardship Council was developing their Delta plan, many reclamation districts in the Delta hired a PhD named Bob Pike. And Bob threw this out there, but he never did all the analysis to show what Metropolitan showed, that the size of the levee makes a big difference. He called them the fat levees. And so that's essentially what Metropolitan's done here, is design this fat levee. And not only does it limit the slumping, it also is big enough where, if need be, we could actually put plants on the waterside slope and create a tremendous amount of habitat on these levees, which the Delta plan, excuse me, is encouraging. Hold on a second, I've got some allergies, so.
Sure, take your time.
Anyway, so next slide, please. So the key is, where do we need a big levee like this? Where is the shaking going to be the most critical to prevent from failing levees? And so one of the things we've talked about over the years, it's currently called the freshwater pathway. And that's kind of what Metropolitan's calling it. Originally, it was called the armored pathway, knowing that to get water from the Sacramento River to the South Delta pumps was going to be critical in maintaining those levees, which are creating the channel for that water. Metropolitan actually started looking at this corridor, this pathway, before they bought their islands, because they knew that if they couldn't get water to the pumps, that's where they were gonna have problems. They didn't look at the entire pathway.
Would you like to just see if we take like maybe a 3-minute break and give you a chance to get your voice back?
That'd be fine.
I'd
I'm
be
just
happy to do
thinking
that.
it seems like might be better.
Okay.
No, of course, and thank you, Ms. Meserve. Let's just go ahead and take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 10:05 and we can all get some water as we
Okay.
need. Thank you. Welcome back. I'll look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Kosio. I want to make sure we have Ms. Meserve and go from there. And Ms. Carroll is here too. Good, perfect. Please, back to you, Mr. Kosio.
Okay, if I can get back to my
And let me know if you need another break. Just don't hesitate. I
Okay,
understand.
my voice doesn't carry well as it is, but when I start getting the scratchy throat, then it even dies off even more. So if you can't hear me or can't understand me, let me know because that happens quite often too.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So anyway, let's talk about this freshwater pathway. If you look at this exhibit here, again, it's from Metropolitan. It talks about the pathway that is needed to get water from the Sacramento Riverside down to the Delta pump. So the main source of that water would be coming to the Delta Cross Channel, but it also comes to Georgiana Slough, and to a limited amount based on the tides through 3 Mile Slough. So there's a lot of access from the Sacramento River down to the South Delta pumps. One of the things that Metropolitan did was they estimated how much it would cost to design and build that big fat levee to cover these channels that are in blue and yellow on this slide. And it was 400 to 700 million dollars. But then they also realized that although in the past it was always thought that the importance of the delta levees was when if they failed, we'd get this rush of water filling the islands that failed, and it'd be drawing salt from the bay up into the delta. They call that the big gulp. But just in recent years, they realized that pretty much all levees in the delta have some sort of impact if they stay flooded for a while, because the tidal exchange, more water comes in and out during the tide, that it kind of draws that salt further and further upstream to fill these areas that need water, during the tidal cycle. So although this is 400, $700 million for these levees, they also estimated what would it take to build this big levee design that prevents overtopping during high water, like up to 500-year flood, and will limit the slumping of the levee after a major earthquake. And they came up with $3 to $5 billion. And so that's sounds like a lot of money, but when you're talking about compared to a tunnel or some feature like that, it's a very small amount. I know the tunnel is estimated 20 million, but there's a good chance it's going to be more. So you're talking, this could be like 10% the cost of the tunnel to fix all these levees. And again, it is critical for getting water south to the CBP and SWP facilities, but also, again, the delta is the levees. Without the levees, you don't have the farming, you don't have the habitat, you don't have the transportation corridors. Everything is protected by levees. That's kind of just the way it is. I remember years ago when Margaret Rambaroo was first named the first executive director of the Delta Protection Commission. She was quite interested in learning about levees, so she started coming to our monthly levee meetings that are conducted originally by the Secretary of Resources. Now it's more DWR and Department of Fish and Wildlife conduct them. And she didn't take her long to realize, it's all about the levees. And I said, yeah, that's what it is. It is the levees, and that's why we're here meeting it once a month to make sure these levees stand up. So here's this freshwater pathway. Like I said, you can kind of see it if you know the delta. It kind of goes around Staten Island and Bolden Island on the north side, and then as you go to the south side, it's got Bacon and Mandeville and Victoria, big islands like that. And one of the things that Metropolitan has been looking at has been, operable barriers too. We're working on South Delta operable barriers right now, and so in the future, controlling water quality may not just be with levees, keeping the saltwater at bay, but also some sort of operable barriers that kind of make sure that, especially during droughts when there's more pressure, pushing up saltwater up the river and less pushing saltwater back down the river, that maybe operable barriers may come into a new design of fixing the delta. Next slide, please. So here's what I mentioned before, 400 to 700 million for the through delta freshwater pathway, which at one point was called the armored pathway. And I'll have a slide in a second that kind of describes that. And then the primary zone of the delta, which is a lot of levees, There are 1,100 miles of levees in the Delta. 350 miles of those are federal project levees. And so we're talking about all the primary Delta levees being mostly non-project levees, but a few of the project levees, and to fix those and get them to that new levee design, the big fat levee, be $3 to $5 billion. Next slide. So here's some various levee designs that we've had over the years. Let's concentrate on the rural, which is the right side of the slide. The hazard mitigation plan was a plan that came up after the 1983 flood. Every time there's a FEMA disaster, FEMA comes up with a 180-day report that says, hey, to prevent these sort of damages happening in the future, here's the plan we want to see. And 83 had kind of a short-term plan, which is called the hazard mitigation plan, which asked the state to commit to getting these levees up to 1 foot of freeboard above the 100-year flood, and some not a whole lot of levee improvement, side slope improvements. Just get the levees up so we at least won't be overtopping during the 100-year flood. But then, like I mentioned before, there was this PL or the Bulletin 19282, which is the bottom of the right side. And that one was more of a long-term design. So in the hazard mitigation plan, the state, DWR, emergency services, and the federal government, FEMA, signed this agreement that the short-term plan was the hazard mitigation, but the long-term plan was Bulletin 19282. And FEMA gave the state about 20 years to get up to that standard, knowing you couldn't do it overnight, just because of the cost and the amount of work that had to be done. And so we were pretty much keeping the levees at hazard mitigation plan level, and never got the funding to improve it to 19282. And then in 2013, when the Stewardship Council was developing its Delta plan, they actually had a really interesting panel. It had the Corps of Engineers, DWR, FEMA, State OES, kind of drilling them on what this meant. And the last question asked, or one of the last questions, was of DWR, and asked, are you guys going to provide the money to get up to Bulletin 19282? And the answer was no. we aren't planning to do that. So we kind of hope to be there at some point, but we don't have money. One other design on that right side, PL 84-99, that's a federal design that came up in 1887, I think. So the federal levees that are part of the federal Sacramento flood control project and San Joaquin River flood control projects have access to the Corps of Engineers rehabilitation and sometimes maintenance after a flood under what's called Public Law 84-99. In 87, there was still a push to try to get a federal project in the Delta. And so what the federal government put out there was the Corps of Engineers essentially said, if you can reach this PL 84-99 level, we can help you after a flood, so you don't have to always go to FEMA. And we started using that as our design because the hope was if we could get federal money to get us there. Well, that never happened. And it was very difficult to get Reclamation District convinced to get to this because there was no guarantee that the Corps would come in and we'd lose our FEMA assistance if we were a Corps levy. So we never got to that. Bulletin 192 is a better standard anyway. And so that's kind of the long-term planning for the Delta. Just recently, DWR did fund about $3.5 million to reclamation districts to come up with a plan. What would it take to, over 5 years or so, to get up to Bulletin 19282? And the bottom line is it's about $1.5 billion. So it's roughly halfway to that big levy standard that we talked about before, but it's still significant enough that it's very difficult without a good amount of public assistance that these agricultural islands can afford to get up to that level. Next slide, please. So here's a report that was performed by the Corps of Engineers. They had determined in the 1970s that they would look at a federal project, but then the time Bulletin 192-82 came out, the state report, the Corps decided there was no federal interest. And I don't know all the reasons, if it was cost benefit analysis or what it was, but they did not complete their EIS. And so even though they helped design what eventually became Bulletin 19282, which was great, that was a great process that the state and feds went through, they did not have a federal interest. Well, they came back about 20 years ago and decided that they would look again. And they had this, and I think it's still authorized, called the Delta Islands and Levee Feasibility Study. And this report came out in 2018. And you can see that orange area, that's kind of like a oval shaped thing in the middle. That's what's called the armored pathway. That's what we called it at the time. That was what we needed to armor in order to get that water safely from Sacramento side down to the San Joaquin side and into the Delta pumps. But as you can see in this report, they call that the pre-project condition. So they were assuming, because BDCP was being reviewed at the time, that BDCP would build this, and that's what they would come in and, build on top of, essentially, for their project. As it turned out, in BDCP, and then, like I said, WaterFix and the current Delta Conveyance don't include that anymore. And so this report is pretty much obsolete, because that would not be a pre-project condition anymore, even though that was assumed, like I said, for a long time. That was the low-hanging fruit. That's where we would start. But it's never materialized. Next slide, please. So this is, again, from the Metropolitan Water District report. Kind of shows where their islands are. They're making this report to their one of their committees. And they talk about the effects of losing some of these levees and what would change if we did build an armored pathway or freshwater pathway. And one of the keys is that when you lose a lot of levees, it could be a 3-year outage of water supply, which would be devastating. But just by improving these levees, and if for some reason, because there is some residual risk, they do fail, that could be reduced to 6 months, which they can handle typically with their storage south of the Delta. So as they recommend here, we got to keep looking at what's going to help these levees. And Metropolitan, you might have heard, is looking at different technologies to monitor levees, developing stockpiles to help flood fight levees when we do have problems during floods. And as you can see at the very bottom, recommend updating to the 1982 levy standard, which is what I've been calling Bulletin 19282. So this has been recommended to the Metropolitan Board for just, for their benefit to their state water project getting water. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've done over the years is increase the amount of money that has been input in from the government to help maintain Delta levees. After the levee on Brannon Anders failed in June of 1972, it was pretty apparent that we needed some sort of levee program, because the state and their brand new state water project in 1972 was going to be impacted if we started losing levees like that. Because when Brannon Anders failed, the state had to reduce 300,000 acre feet of water to keep that saltwater back far enough that it didn't enter the central Delta and then go down Middle and Old River to the export pumps. And so they started a program in 1973. It was a legislation authored by Senator Way, and so we called it the Way Bill. That provided some money for levee maintenance, but never really provided enough. And then you might all remember, well, not all of you, you aren't as old as I am. In 1986, we had kind of one of the floods of record. And that's when it got more obvious that we needed a little bit more money. And so in 1988, SB 34 was passed, which increased the amount of money that helped maintain these levees. And it focused half the money on what would be important, levees that would be important to the state water project, knowing that certain levees, especially the ones in the West Delta, they failed, like Brannon Anders failed in 72, would suck that water up pretty quick, salt water up pretty quickly. And so since that time, we haven't had any failures on levees that participate in the Delta Levee Subventions Program, even though we've never had enough money to build our levees to the standard we like. But we've really cut down those failures almost to zero. In fact, there really haven't been any flood-induced failures in the past years since SB 34 passed in 1988. There have been a couple of failures, based on burrowing animals and other things like that, but not a flood-induced failure. So, next slide, please. Okay, this is kind of the same slide that was the last one, right? Yeah, so kind of the same thing. We started getting state funds. This is actually from Metropolitan's report, and the state funds actually started coming in 1988 to present, not 82. 82 is when they designed the levy standard, but it was actually 88 when the funds really started coming in. So that's why you see the improvement or lack of failures really improving around 1990 to 2000, and then nothing's happened since 05. And that was the Upper Jones Tract failure. Next item. And as I described, these levees protect a lot more than just farmland. Here's all the other improvements that are out there. I don't want to read through all of them, but you can see there's railroads, highways, gas lines, high voltage lines, and then a number of homes, in the areas closer to the urban areas that are still in the legal delta. So there's a lot of importance to these delta levees, and not just the levee itself protecting the farmland, but if the levee fails and the island doesn't get reclaimed, we've got problems with seepage, which has been documented, and it's hard to understand, but it does happen that once you get a levee island fail, water actually goes under the channels and starts seeping. And then also, if the levee stays breached, eventually the levees that were there get deteriorated, and it'd be like Frank's Tract, which is now open water. Those levees failed in 1938, and the island was not reclaimed. And so the islands that are around Frank's Tract now, Holland Tract, Webb Tract, those really have to do a lot of work to protect themselves from all the wave action that comes off high winds going across the open water of Frank's Tract. So these levees really are interdependent, and there is a domino effect that could happen. And this is explained in Bulletin 19282. That's one of the issues that were brought up to the Corps of Engineers that, hey, this could really be a disaster if these things don't get fixed. Now, it doesn't happen quickly because you have to wait for those levees to fail. But I know on Liberty Island that failed in 1995 and has been flooded ever since. The levees to the west of Liberty Island, those things were eroded in a couple of years. And so RD 2060, 2090, it started getting a lot more wave action during high winds that they hadn't had before. So it happens quickly in some areas. So just the importance of all these levees as one big group and what we call the delta. Next slide, please. I just want to touch on a couple of things that are coming to light more recently. That there is an existing subsidence problem along the California aqueduct, because the overdraft that's been going on in that San Joaquin Valley for a lot of years has gotten to the point where the aqueduct itself is dropping, and so you have water which flows downhill, not able to flow as well because the slope of the aqueduct is not adequate because it's sunk. And so one of the issues with building a tunnel right now, even at 6,000 CFS, there's not enough capacity based on the reports that I've seen that you could put all 6,000 CFS in those canals that have subsidence problems. And so that's an issue I wanted to bring up to make sure that you understood that there's a potential that this canal may not, or tunnels may not be able to work as designed because they wouldn't be able to get the water south. And then, there is Sigma that's looking at groundwater extraction, but that really hasn't been finalized, nor has it really determined when the subsidence is going to stop. So there's issues out there that will take a lot more money just to get the capacity back up to the state federal water projects. Next slide, please. Here's a little bit of illustration of what I was just talking about, that you get the subsidence happening and suddenly you've lost capacity in the ability to move that water through the aqueduct. Next slide. And this slide shows kind of the amount of subsidence in this stretch of the aqueduct. That's pretty significant. We're not talking about a few tenths of a foot. We're talking about feet, 2-3 feet over the long term here. So this is not something that, a little bit of maintenance is going to help. This is a major improvement. And I don't know what the latest is for repairing this, but it was certainly, close to $3 billion in one report I saw. Next item. So just in summary, even with the isolated conveyance, the maintenance of the delta levees is critical. Now, one of the things I haven't brought up is that even with the tunnel in place as designed, when you look at the operational constraints, and I've heard this in testimony and presentations by Metropolitan Water District engineers, you're still going to have water running through the delta about 80% of the time, 80 to 85% of the time. And so you need that water, those levees available to convey that water south. So it's not something that the tunnel is going to entirely resolve, because you're still going to be moving water through the delta. And then I talked about the conveyance south of the delta, and talked about the cost of the conveyance through the delta. Something that, again, it's low-hanging fruit. If you're talking about 80% of the time you're running through this pathway, you're going to heavily reduce your risk just by maintaining those levees at that higher standard. So that's something you can do quickly compared to the tunnel, and for a lot less cost. And then also, as has been testified in other panels, the impacts to the local landscape and agriculture would not happen. Now, the soil compaction, I presented some comments to the draft EIR talking about the fact that underneath the delta, we've always heard we've got silts and sands and clays and peat, but even deeper than that, we've got sands and gravels. The sea level has been rising for 10 to 15,000 years, and some estimates say it's come up about 350 feet in those years. So if you could imagine the shoreline being out at the Farallon Islands, that's essentially what it was. And so in the delta, what we know is the delta was not the estuary we think of today. It was more of what's more upstream on the Sacramento River, more cobbles and sands and that sort of thing. So as you go deeper in the delta, down to the level where the tunnels will be, the material changes quite a bit. And some of those sands and gravels, the shaking and vibration caused by the tunnel, will cause some subsidence, because the vibration causes these things to compress and compact. And I commented on that, like I said, in the draft EIR, and the response was that they've looked at it, but if you don't have all your borings yet, I can't see how you looked at everything, because these soils in the delta are very non-homogeneous, non-consistent. And so you are going to have areas where it will happen. And even getting the borings is going to be a problem to the farmers, because driving this heavy equipment that you have to take out in the middle of these ranches really compacts the soil where they're farming. I remember a few years ago, a pipeline company was putting in some gas pipeline, and the farmer told me that he's gonna have a problem farming, because just their service trucks going up and down this pipeline access road was going to compact his farming area. And sure enough, after the pipeline was constructed and the contractor had pulled off for several years, you could see that his corn did not grow as high in these areas because that soil got compacted. Since that time, they've re-leveled and they've converted to rice, so it isn't as big of an issue as it was, but it did cause a lot of problems with the productivity of that soil as things settled. And then if things settle enough due to the compaction of the vibration, you're talking maybe movement of these levees that are a little bit brittle, so it could have some cracking and other things that cause levee problems. So next slide. So that concludes my testimony through the PowerPoint. So if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kosio. And I believe with that, I will turn to either Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, whichever of you may have questions for this panel.
Well, we both have questions, so we'll have to toggle our technology, but I'll be starting with Mr. Zarif.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zarif. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming today. First, did you submit a CV of your qualifications in this proceeding?
I did not, no.
Okay. Are you testifying today as an expert witness?
I'm testifying on behalf of San Joaquin County as the Deputy Director of Public Works.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up SJC 1 revised, please. Thank you. And if we could go to page 3, lines 22 to 23. Okay, Mr. Zarif, do you see that there on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean by access shafts?
Where do you see access shafts?
It's on line 25 at the end. Oh, maybe it switched. I'm sorry.
Oh, 28?
28. I apologize.
Yes, so this is intended to reflect the maintenance shaft that are reflected in the various documents.
So access shafts are the same as maintenance shafts?
Yes, yes, I'm referring to the maintenance shafts.
Okay, thank you. And then are you aware that tables in the CER attachment 1, table A15, it's also labeled as DWR 24 in this proceeding, Ms. Mullen, shows all the haul roads that will be used, showing specific starting and ending points and purpose of access?
Is it possible for me to see that document?
Yes, we can pull that up. Will you say the citation again, Ms. Carroll?
Sure, it's DWR 24.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could zoom into the table, that would be appreciated. It's small. Thank you. Mr. Zarif, do you see this table?
Yes, I see this table.
Okay. And scrolling through this table, do you see under the column purpose of access that there are entries for launch and retrieval shafts? Ms. Mullen, you can stay on this first page. It'll show it. Thanks.
I see the purpose of access to the intake haul road, and then the roads in the beginning and ending locations.
Okay. And do you see 2 more columns? One is labeled action and one is labeled modification.
I do, yes.
And do these columns describe the improvements that will be made by DWR?
Objection. There's no foundation for this, for Mr. Zarif's familiarity with this document, and he is being asked to simply mouth the words printed by DWR on this document. That is improper cross. This is their rebuttal testimony. They can't get it through our witnesses.
Well, let's start with this. Ms. Carroll, I think you did introduce it this way, but can we, Ms. Mullen, will you please scroll to the top? Let's just make sure we lay a foundation of what this document is. We have looked at it before in this proceeding, so, but can you
No
uh,
worry.
help me with laying a foundation of what exactly this is?
Yes, happy to. Mr. Zarif, did you testify that you've reviewed the EIR?
Yes, I did.
And did you review the conceptual engineering reports?
I did review the conceptual engineering report.
And looking at this document, would you agree that this is a final draft conceptual engineering report?
Yes, that is what it indicates there in the header.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just to clarify for me, Mr. Zarif, have you reviewed this document before now?
I have reviewed the document, yes.
Okay, thank you. Then go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So going back, do you see the columns that say action and modification? And in your opinion, do these describe improvements that DWR says that it will make as part of the project?
Yes, I believe my understanding is that these are the what they're stating that will be performed as part of the project.
Okay. And then are you aware that figure 3-35 of the final EIR, it's in chapter 3, graphically shows all roadway improvements anticipated by this project?
Objection.
Well, let's go to the documents. Excuse me, Mr. Keeling. Let's go ahead and go to the documents. So Ms. Carroll, can you
Sure.
direct us to it?
Ms. Mullen, it's AHO 1005.
And then Mr. Keeling, I didn't know if you wanted to still object or if we should just go ahead and look at the document and go from there.
We can look at the document and go from there.
Right.
My objection is really a standing objection to the technique that has been used so far in the cross, which simply has protestants' witnesses mouthing or reading portions of DWR documents prefaced by the question, would you agree that? Or do you agree? Or are you aware? That is not proper cross.
Noted. So your standing objection is noted. I will continue to allow this direction and the method as long as there is a final endpoint in the question. I understand sometimes it takes some work to get to lay the foundation for a question. So I will give things back to Ms. Carroll. I think you needed to direct us to a particular page here.
I do. It's PDF page 129, please. And if we needed to see the front of this, though, to lay foundation, I'm happy to start
Let's
at
do
the.
that, please. Sorry, Ms. Mullen. Thank you.
And Mr. Zarif, you did say that you reviewed the final EIR. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would recognize this as chapter 3 of that final EIR?
This looks familiar. So yes,
And you would have reviewed this chapter as part of your review of the EIR. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 129? Mr. Zarif, did you look at this graphic that shows all the roadway improvements proposed by the Delta Conveyance Project?
I'm not sure that I recall the specific road, but I am aware of a number of the roads that are included. And yes, this one here is consistent with some of the concerns that I have that it's incomplete in terms of the improvements that are needed to the access roads, or roads that would be used to access these facilities.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down a little bit on this figure. Oh, and maybe it was at the top. I apologize. But can you see in the upper right-hand corner that it's for the Bethany Reservoir Alignment Major Facilities?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so this is the current alternative selected by DWR, correct?
That is my understanding. I can't speak to DWR as to whether what they've selected, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to show the additional improvements on this. Maybe leaving West 8 Mile at the top there. Thank you. And Mr. Zarif, this figure, we can now see the various roadways that you had concerns about, correct? West 8 Mile Road and Bonetti Road.
Some of the roads that I spoke about are reflected. Some of them are not.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to Mr. Zarif's testimony, and my lines may be off, so I apologize. We could go to page 3. Okay. And it should be right there. If we could scroll up just a little bit above setting features and current conditions. Mr. Zarif, here you list several roads that you state are anticipated to be adversely impacted by the Delta Conveyance project. How did you come up with this list of roads?
So these roads were determined. I looked at these roads. I looked at the various documents, including the concept engineering report and the engineering project report. Specifically on the engineering project report, I looked at the locations of the various maintenance shafts and the roads that would be needed to access those shafts. And that's how I determined some of these roads that I had listed.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, apologies for jumping around, but could we please go back to DWR 24? And Ms. Mullen, if we could please go to page 4. So here in this table, Mr. Zarif, can you see West 8 Mile Road?
Yes.
And under, look at this column, action, can you see that it says asphalt overlay only?
Yes, I can.
And when you were making your opinion about the condition of this road, did you consider the improvement that was being committed to by DWR?
Yes, I did. The concern that I have is specifically with West 8 Mile Road is that the limits that are indicated go from Regatta Lane to King Island to the tunnel shaft. However, there are segments, and if you go back to there's a map that you showed that shows the sort of where the improvements are. There's a gap between what you would consider to be Interstate 5 and then where Regatta Lane is, where there's no improvements proposed, which maybe and that road is going to be impacted by the project.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, just so I could say, so while it does indicate that there's an asphalt overlay only, it doesn't indicate specifically what that overlay will be and if it's going to have the structural capacity to be able to handle the traffic that's been identified.
Okay, Mr. Zarif, are you aware that DWR will be performing an analysis before construction and during construction to ensure the word is escaping me, but the condition of the road?
I'm aware that there is.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Ms. Carroll, can you point us to this commitment?
I can point to it. I believe it is in our permit conditions. Also, Mr. Zarif said that he was aware of the contents of the EIR, and that's where that commitment is kept. But I don't have a particular citation at the moment. I can look one up.
Let's move on and come back to that one, please.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page 5 and see West House Road. And Mr. Zarif, again, same question. Did you consider these improvements in your assessment of whether the road conditions were appropriate?
Objection to the characterization of these improvements. These are promises on paper, not improvements.
Well, maybe you can refer to them as by column, Ms. Carroll, if you would please, in your question.
Okay. Did you consider the actions and modifications listed in this table in your assessment?
I was aware of the documents and the fact that there's indicated improvements, but unclear on the adequacy of those improvements to be able to address the concerns that we have.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that it's okay for me to share as part of this document. There's also I think it's called I'm sorry if I can pull it up really quick.
Well, Mr. Zarif, this may be appropriate for redirect if we're going
Okay.
if it's not directly responsive to Ms. Carroll's question.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to Mr. Zarif's testimony, please, to the photos that we observed earlier. Going to that, I believe the first one is your reference to Blossom Road. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what maintenance shaft is located off of Blossom Road?
The New Hope track maintenance shaft.
Okay, and you said that this road will be used for access. What do you mean by access?
So my review of the documents indicated that New Hope tract, there is be a new New Hope tract access road that is constructed, which intersects with Blossom Road, right? So vehicles, including the trucks, will need to be able to get to that access road, or they'll have to construct that access road, and they will likely be using Blossom Road to be able to get to that intersection, to be able to construct this new access road.
So do you know what that access is for?
What do you, in terms of, can you clarify that question, please?
Why is DWR accessing Blossom Road?
There is a New Hope maintenance shaft, which is located just off of Blossom Road. That will need
Okay.
to be constructed.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 24. I believe this is page 3 if my printout tracks with the PDF. Thank you. And Mr. Zarif, do you see on that second road, there's a reference to the New Hope Track Tunnel in Blossom Road?
Yes, I do.
And do you see in the action and modification that there will be a new 0.29 mile gravel road?
Objection again. If she's asking, can he read the words in the page, that's fine, I guess. But there's nothing in the record. There's no evidence in the record to say that there will be such a road.
Mr. Keeling, I think your standing objection still stands, so noted, but I'm going to allow this line of questioning and see where this goes. I'm going to look to Ms. Carroll to follow up on the relevance of noting this, but I think we'll get there. Go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
I believe Mr. Zarif said that he wasn't sure that a road would be built, so I wanted to know if he was aware of the commitment to build such a road.
No, and I think this is where the I guess maybe the clarity that I was seeking to show, but I think I'm not sure if it'll be addressed on redirect. But this is specifically the issue that I have. So if we look at this page, right, and this I would, quote unquote commitment, there's this access road to the New Hope Track Tunnel maintenance shaft. And the road is the access road, correct? If you look at the engineering drawings, that access road is not actually Blossom Road. That access road is a new road that intersects with Blossom Road and takes you to the maintenance shaft. My concern is that there's no other access shown to be able to construct that maintenance shaft. So the only way that they can construct that maintenance shaft is to use the Blossom Road itself, not the access road that comes off of Blossom Road, but Blossom Road itself and Walnut Grove to be able to access that location. And this document, as you clearly show and appreciate, shows no improvements to Blossom Road. It shows no improvements to Walnut Grove Road, which would be used to be able to even construct this access road that's been indicated. I'm not sure if that's clear. There are exhibits that I could refer to clearly depict this stuff.
I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Zarif. Okay. And just going back, I'd like Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up AHO 1005. And let's see, if we could go to PDF page 43. Excuse me, I'm trying to revisit the question about the continuing surveying. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I was right. I should have referred to the permit terms. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 1101R? Thank you. And if you could please scroll to permit term 11. And Mr. Zarif, to lay the foundation, have you reviewed this document?
I don't believe I am familiar with this document, no.
Are you aware that in this hearing process, DWR and other protestants are proposing permit terms to be included in the final order of this proceeding?
I am not aware of that, but I hear you claiming that right now.
So I will represent to you that these are permit terms that DWR has submitted in this proceeding. And so I guess that doesn't really help you with where it came from, the EIR, though. So thank you. Let's see. Are you aware that the EIR, and this goes back to 1005, Ms. Mullen, on page 43, that the pavement conditions on existing county and local roads are predominantly classified as marginal to unacceptable?
I do recall seeing something along those lines, yes.
Is that different than your rating of poor to very poor?
That's relatively consistent.
Okay. And then if you need to see this, Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 1108? And I'll stay on this first page. Mr. Zarif, is this another one of those CER reports by the DCDA?
Yes,
Are you familiar with this report? Sorry.
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so you are aware that a technical memorandum was prepared for the project that discusses the physical conditions of the existing roads?
I'm not sure that I'm aware of that specific document without seeing it, but I see that, yes, there's a technical memorandum that was described in this document.
And can you see in this document that the roads are able to be used for numerous construction trucks?
I again object. Is she asking him to read the document or is she asking him a question?
She's asking Mr. Keeling, she's asking whether he sees this in this document. I assume again as a foundation for the next question. What I will ask Ms. Carroll is where should we look because I can't read any of this because it's too small.
No, it's okay. It's in that introduction paragraph at the top.
Ms. Mullen, if we can please zoom into that.
And Ms. Kinsey, or Hearing Officer Kinsey, if we could get some clarity, I understand that there is a standing objection, but for efficiency, would it be possible that these objections be submitted in writing if they continue to be the same objection?
Well, I think it's standing, so I don't think there's a reason for Mr. Keeling to have to reassert. My understanding is your objection, Mr. Keeling, applies to all of the questions going forward. So I don't think there is a need to re-raise them.
It applies to all of the questions in which the apparent purpose and the ostensible purpose is to simply get protestants' witnesses to read sections of DWR paper prefaced by the question, are you aware of that? Or did you know that? And is it your understanding that? And then what follows is just a verbatim reading of some passage from DWR's documents. This is rebuttal evidence. This should be DWR's witnesses reading these passages to rebut protestants' testimony and not this phony baloney cross that's been going on.
Well,
So
and I think the problem is
let me rule on this. Your standing objection is noted. I understand you disagree with my decision on this, but I'm going to allow the line of questioning. Your witness is doing a fine job, I think, of clarifying some of these issues as Ms. Carroll raises them. So I think you give some credit to your witnesses who are doing well on this, and in that instance are providing what I find to be useful testimony in clarifying. And so, Mr. Zarif, as you have done, you have the option to clarify your understanding as you're being asked to point out the text, but then you've also taken the opportunity to clarify your understanding and your testimony. And I think that is also appropriate. So I'm going to allow this to continue because it is not, in my experience, merely a verbatim reading of what is in the exhibits already. So with that, Ms. Carroll, back to you.
Might I, excuse me?
Yes, you want to
point
raise
just-
another objection? Sure, Ms. Mazur.
Just to clarify, my understanding was that we are allowed to bring up documents and have witnesses look at them, and in order to establish foundation for a question about the document. And I guess what I am noticing is it doesn't seem like that further question is ever being asked at times. And so I guess I would just point out that, to the extent it's simply to point out that there is contradictory documentation that is concerning. If there's a further question about the document that Ms. Carroll would like to actually ask, that makes sense to me. But anyway.
That's a fair clarification. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I think that's right. I'm looking for that follow-up question. I don't know what is in Ms. Carroll's mind. In some cases, it seems that the witness has done a fine job of clarifying his understanding and there's no need for us to go further. That's also a possibility. But yes, my expectation, and this is to all of you, is that when laying a foundation in this way, asking these types of questions, do you see what's in the document right in front of us? That the purpose of that is to go on to something else that's substantive. So in that respect, I will allow this line. With that, I think back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. And I am trying to lay a foundation and hoping that I won't be objected to on that grounds by referring to the documents. And so I think we were talking about the use of the roads for numerous construction trucks. And Mr. Zarif, you seem to disagree with this opinion, and I was wondering why.
In what way do you believe that I do disagree? I'm sorry, I don't know if I can ask the question, but she said that I disagree with.
It sounds like the question, you don't understand the question, it's vague. So Ms. Carroll, can you
Yes.
back us up a little bit?
That's totally fine. You say that the roads are inappropriate for use for access and for use for the project, but this technical memorandum says that it's okay to use multiple construction traffic on these roads. So is it your opinion that it is inappropriate to use these roads for construction traffic in this manner?
Well, as what I see in front of me and what you've laid out, it doesn't indicate that there's any adequacy. It doesn't indicate the adequacy of these roadways to be able to use that in any certain way. It says that it discusses the physical conditions of the roadways and their ability to be used for construction trucks. But this specific language here doesn't speak to whether they can be used. Does that make sense? I don't know. I can't speak to whether or not the document speaks to their adequacy to that based off of what's in front of me.
So you don't agree that this memorandum is discussing the ability of those roads to be used for potential access?
Well, I believe it indicates that it does discuss them, but it doesn't specifically say that they can. I think my testimony is that in their current condition, they cannot.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zarif. Let's see. We could, I'm afraid to ask this question. Hold on one second. I will ask this or just say this to orient you to your testimony so you can have some background as to the next question I'm asking. But if we could please go to your testimony on page 8, Ms. Mullen. And let's see, it was lines 5 to 16, but I believe it's now lower.
So it'd be the top of paragraph 15, I think, was old line 5 to. So if you can scroll down just a little bit, Ms. Mullen, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the help. Okay. So are you aware that the road improvements have been incorporated into the project description and are described in Chapter 3 of the EIR?
I believe that there are some road improvements that have been described in Chapter 3. Not all of the road improvements or indicated improvements to roadways have been described.
Are you aware that the project description in Chapter 3 describes the roads that will be assessed to determine whether they need improvement? And this is that citation we were looking for, Ms. Mullen. That's AHO 1005, page 43.
Should we, Mr. Zarif, would it be helpful for us to go there so you can?
If you could, please, yes.
Yeah, wonderful. And Mr. Zarif, do you need background on what this document is? Do we need to go to the title page here?
Yes, if you could. Is this, I believe this is this the EIR?
Yes.
Yeah, there we are.
Three.
Excellent, yes.
All right, I think now we can go back to page 43.
Thank you.
And so, yes, I am aware that they indicate pre-construction and surveys or analyses will be completed.
And it also states
I'm also aware, and this is some of my concerns is that while this states these pre-construction surveys will be completed, and this document is from 2023, there's a concept engineering report which is completed after that. I think it's dated 2024, and then it indicates proposed improvements, major improvements that are going to be performed, and it lacks the roadways that I've indicated, some of the segments of roadways that I've indicated as being a concern. And so that's the challenge and of the inconsistency and the omission of certain improvements that we think are necessary.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that the mitigation measures, and I should ask this first, have you reviewed the mitigation measures trans 1 of the EIR?
I have, yes.
Okay. And is it true that those mitigation measures require that park and ride mitigation be included as part of the construction contracts?
That is my understanding, yes.
In your experience, are construction contracts enforceable?
It depends on what the contract terms are and whether or not they can be enforced.
So if the contracts that DWR entered into for construction had enforceable terms to their contract and consequences, they would be something that DWR could ensure were performed, correct?
Objection.
I can't.
Incomplete hypothetical and calls for speculation.
It sounds like we were going there. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Zarif.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't speak hypothetically to what DWR might be able to enforce in a contract.
In your position, have you ever enforced a construction contract?
I have overseen construction contracts that have terms that needed to be enforced. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I've also, sorry, just to clarify, as part of that experience, recognize that there are certain, terms or fines and penalties that we've tried to apply towards a contractor, and if they've rebutted them, then and we've gone to court, we found ourselves on the losing side of those.
Sorry to hear that. Are you familiar with the Office of Planning and Research's technical advisory on evaluating transportation impacts?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that that guidance, please strike that. Do you understand what this guidance means by per capita or per employee VMT of existing development?
Is this a question referring to a document or something in a document? And if so, let's have it.
You refer to this in your testimony. It was on page 7.
Ms. Mullen, if we can go to Mr. Zarif's testimony.
And I believe it's in paragraph 11 there.
All right, I think we probably need the question again, Ms. Carroll.
So I don't have this guidance in front of me, unless you submitted it. I believe you did. It's SJC 4. And it's on page 10, Ms. Mullen, if you could pull that up for Mr. Keeling.
And for the witness, more importantly.
And Mr. Zarif, would you like me to go to the beginning of this document so that you can verify what it is?
That's unnecessary.
Okay, thank you. And so on page 10, it states, I'm reading this for you to orient you. In most instances, a per capita or per employee VMT that is 15% below that of existing development may be a reasonable threshold. Do you understand what this guidance means by per capita or per employee VMT?
Yes.
Could you please explain it to me?
So this is essentially the vehicles miles traveled is a metric that has been introduced to establish or try to reduce greenhouse gases. The VMT per capita looks at essentially the population, the baseline population that you're looking at, whether it's a community or a specific, what is the term that I'm trying to use, census tract or a large community that is traveling to and from work and considers how many vehicles miles traveled or how many vehicles are traveled, vehicle miles are being traveled per individual or per capita within that baseline population that you're considering. Or if you're looking at population based and employees that are traveling to and from work, it's looking at the VMT or the vehicle miles traveled per employee.
Okay, thank you. And do you know if this guidance was developed for the purposes of large infrastructure projects like the DCP?
In general, it's developed for all projects or in development projects. Now, there is language within this document that speaks to the need to consider or the impact that construction projects may have or construction traffic may have on greenhouse gases emissions as well.
But does it have a threshold for large infrastructure projects like the DCP? And that threshold being that 15% that was listed in there on page 10?
I think that this is a guidance document, not a rule, but it's I think that is trying to provide guidance to all projects that may result in increased VMT, whether that's the DCP or any other project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zarif. I appreciate your time. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. And then my understanding is I should look to you, Ms. Morris, probably for questions for Mr. Kosio.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Kosio. How are you?
Hi, Ms. Morris. I guess we're going to continue running into each other every 4 or 5 years, huh?
Hopefully not. I only maybe socially would be much
There you
better.
go.
Thanks for being with us today. And I do have some questions for you. I wanted to ask you on some of your testimony given today, you talked about Sigma. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And as it related to subsidence along the California aqueduct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed any GSPs or groundwater sustainability plans for groundwater sustainability agencies that abut the California aqueduct?
No, I have not.
So you don't know if actions are being taken or monitoring is being completed in those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And I will try to orient you to where I'm looking at for questions without asking you to read things. But in your testimony at page 2, if you want to look at it, you provide a citation for the assertion that seismic risks in the Delta are overstated, correct?
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Page 2, I think it's line 15.
Yes.
And the date for that report is 2006?
2016.
That's what I meant, sorry, 2016. Thank you. And if we pull up that exhibit land 8, please. And is this is your citation, correct, that we just saw for that statement?
Yes.
And if we go to PDF page 4, and we can scroll down. Do you see where it says discussion in the earthquake session? Do you see that?
Yes.
And you are citing to the DREAM study, correct?
No, I was citing the dream study and what?
Well, you cited this report for the assertion that the seismic risk is overstated or potentially overstated, and that this report's from 2016, but the actual citation to that is from the DREAM study, correct?
Yes.
Which we see here, which is in footnote 63.
Yes.
Okay, and that study is actually from 2000.
Ms. Morris, can you just I was trying to follow along. Dreams is what this DRMS, you're calling it the DREAM study?
Oh, yes, I think that's how people refer to it, Mr.
That might be right. I wouldn't know. Okay.
Objection, possibly, Ms. Morris. I believe he's cited to page 3 of this report. So you may be misstating testimony. I'm not sure.
We can go to page 3, but I found the DREAM study to be what was the basis of the seismic risk. So, Mr. Kosio, do you want to go to page 3 and tell me if there was a different citation that you were referring to?
Let's go to page 3, please, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. So it does look, well, maybe it's page 3 of the document. Maybe we're not going to PDF. I'm sorry. I'm moving. Yes, so page 3 is page 4 of the PDF. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just, now that we've confused the record, we are referring to the DREAMS or the DRMS study that is footnoted at page 63, correct? Mr. Kosio?
This report is citing that, yes.
Yes. And you are citing this report in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that the DREAMS study was conducted in 2007?
About that time, yes.
Okay. Did you review the FEIR for the Delta Conveyance Project, Chapter 10, the Geology and Seismicity chapter?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that there are more recent publications cited in that chapter from 2022? I'm sorry. Let me restate the question. You didn't review that chapter, correct?
No.
Okay. So you are not aware of any citations in that chapter that may have come after 2007, correct?
Asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Kosio.
What was the question again, Ms. Morris?
So you wouldn't be aware of any additional studies that were cited after 2007 that occur in Chapter 10?
No.
It states testimony. Why 2007? This citation here we're looking at is from 2016.
Can I continue? I think I've already got on the record what I need, hearing officer Kinsey.
I think I understood. Yeah, I understood. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. And in regards to your testimony, and we'll just go back there for orientation purposes, page 2. line 16 through 17, you state that the California aqueduct itself faces significant risk due to seismicity, and you cite to land 16, correct?
Yes.
And did you review land 16?
Not completely, no. I was just looking at some of the highlights.
Okay, if we could pull up land 16, please. But you are aware of the document because it's one of your exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could go to PDF page 6. And does this look like the, I don't want to focus on the map, but if we need to scroll down for a second, this looks like the map that you used in one of your slides, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that if you look at the text above, that this report by that you cited from DWR states that state water project pipelines that cross active faults are typically located above ground or at shallow depths to make repairs easier if they are damaged by fault movement?
Yes.
Yes, you are aware of that, or yes, you read it?
Well, I've read it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So does that change your opinion about using this this as a site to say that state water project facilities are at significant risk?
No, because if they do fail, then you got to repair them. So they're risky just being near the fault.
But you would agree that this statement says that they are placed and accounted for so that they can be easily repaired, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Kosio, to try to make this easier, I think I counted a bunch of different ways, and I do not believe it's your fault. I believe it's the fault of many processes. But in your written testimony in the PowerPoint, you use freshwater pathway, through Delta conveyance pathway, armored through Delta pathway, Delta levee protection, and armoring Delta levees. Are these different names for the same basic concept that you describe in your testimony on page 2, line 19 to 21?
Yes. It's been called different things. That's why there's no consistent one name that covers what I was trying to explain.
And again, not your fault, but just trying to lay some context here. So for purposes of our discussion today and for simplicity's sake, could we just agree that if I use the term through Delta conveyance, excuse me, that it means this basic concept?
Yeah. Yeah. As far as the state water project is concerned, yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, if you use the term what?
Through Delta conveyance was what I heard.
Thank you, thank you.
And is it your testimony that through Delta conveyance is a less costly solution than the Delta conveyance project?
It's less costly, yes.
And did you review, well, let me back up. Are you aware that through Delta conveyance approaches were considered in the EIR, but found that they would not address the resiliency and water supply reliability screening criteria for the project?
Objection, I think you lacks foundation.
The foundation that these were alternatives in the EIR? Do we need to?
Correct. Yeah, I don't think she's established the foundation. I
Actually,
believe
I
the
asked
truth
if you
is
were
that it was
aware.
rejected from consideration.
So I'm sorry. So Ms. Meserve, your objection is that these were not alternatives considered in the EIR as Ms. Morris described them.
Correct.
So Hearing Officer Kinsey, I very specifically did not say alternatives. I said screening criteria for the project, and that is very different. And
Yes.
I asked if he was aware. If he's not, I'm happy to pull up the document and have him read it.
Well,
Can I ask if he's aware?
Let's go to the screening criteria. Ms. Meserve, let me ask this. Does your objection still apply with the revision that they're screening criteria and not alternatives, which was my error, I think?
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, let's see if he's aware of it, and if
Okay.
he's not, then she can show him.
All right, let's go from there.
Mr. Kosio, should I re-ask the question?
Sure.
Okay, that seems fair. Are you aware that through Delta conveyance approaches were considered but found that they would not address the resiliency and water supply reliability screening criteria for the project?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up, please, AHO 1217? And I won't give you a page number yet so we can lay the foundation for the document. And if we could go to page 1, do you see that this is common responses to the Delta Conveyance Project in regards to the alternative development and description?
Yes.
And if we could please look at PDF page 9. And looking at page, if we could, or line 35.
Objection, he said he wasn't aware of it, so I'm not sure where you're headed with this.
I'm going to allow it, assuming that there's a question that Ms. Morris is going to ask about Mr. Cosio's understanding and testimony. So link us back to the testimony at some point, but I understand you may be laying a foundation here.
Trying. Mr. Kosio, do you see that there was comments that were received for this project that said that DWR should adopt a through Delta conveyance approach and a Delta levy investment? Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see in this common response that DWR, through the screening analysis, made a determination that that would not address reliancy and water supply reliability screening criteria?
Yes, but I did not assert that DWR should abandon the use of a conveyance tunnel. I just asserted that if you're going to have water going through the delta 80% of the time, you've got to fix the levees to reduce risk. 80% of the time, you're running water, diverting water.
So your suggestion by saying that through Delta conveyance solution is less costly than DCP and entirely feasible is really just to say because DWR should continue to do it, do through Delta conveyance and not do the Delta conveyance project? I'm confused by your testimony then.
What's the question?
I think we need a question for it.
So you say that utilizing a through Delta conveyance solution is less costly than DCP, which implies that we should Department of Water Resources should pursue that and not the Delta conveyance project. Is that not your testimony?
That's not my testimony. My testimony was that you still have to use the delta, so you have to improve those levees in order to reduce risk that you claim that the delta levees pose to running water to the exports.
But you have no opinion about whether or not a through Delta conveyance project should be pursued independently and in lieu of the Delta conveyance project.
Misstate testimony.
Objection mischaracterizes testimony and vague and ambiguous now in the sense in which through Delta conveyance is being used, because of course we've had through Delta conveyance for 60 years. So some clarification on the question would be necessary.
Well, I think we established what Ms. Morris means by the term through Delta conveyance, and we came to an agreement on that. If you would like us to use a different term, I think we had the opportunity to talk about that. But let me ask a question because now I am confused. Mr. Kosio, do you have an opinion as to whether DWR should pursue the Delta conveyance project?
My opinion is based on the work that Metropolitan Water District did, that in order to help them rely on getting water through the delta, which they're going to have to do 80% of the time, these levees have to be fixed. I didn't say anything about analysis of the tunnel and how it would improve or not improve things in the Delta.
So that doesn't, I'm still confused. I'm just trying to understand. Let me try it a different way. Is your testimony that DWR should pursue levee upgrades or through Delta Conveyance upgrades, as we're calling it, regardless of whether it pursues the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Okay. That maybe helps me. With that, I'll go back to you, Ms. Morris.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I understand, because if we could pull up land 2, please. And sorry to belabor the point, Mr. Kosio, but if we go to page 16 of this PDF, so in your summary slide, you see the second bullet, utilizing a through Delta conveyance solution is less costly than the DCP and entirely feasible. In the light of the conversation we just had, what did you mean by that?
I mean that part of the solution is fixing the levees, and starting with some of the work that was done in the last 25 years, the thought has always been fixing these levees is going to be so expensive that's not going to be feasible. And I'm just saying it is feasible. Metropolitan Water District thinks it's feasible. I didn't say anything about that it would take the place of a conveyance project, but it definitely is a lot cheaper. And in my mind, if you can build the levee system up, then you can argue later about whether the tunnel is more appropriate to add to it. But to actually throw it out because you put it through a screening process, just not throw it in order. What I'm saying is, by throwing out the Delta conveyance portion, because you don't think it's because your screening process that it's not as reliable as the tunnel, I don't think that's good.
Doesn't less costly imply the ability to pursue one over the other?
Not necessarily. I'm thinking that, this is just a part of the solution that was left out that should be in, and it's not going to add a ton of money if you do build the tunnel.
But you don't have any evidence, Mr. Kosio, that DWR or Metropolitan or any other of the state water contractors wouldn't continue to pursue through Delta conveyance in conjunction with the DCP, correct?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
What I'm basing my opinion on is the fact that in many public venues, Metropolitan Water District has said we need the levees to continue running water south because the tunnel will not resolve everything. 80 to 85% of the time, water will have to go through Delta conveyance. And I'm just saying, well, you should reduce your risk that you're going to be taking it 80 to 85% of the time.
And when you said earlier that the department shouldn't have thrown out the through Delta conveyance, I guess I want to go back and maybe we can pull up a document to help us understand. If we could look at back to AHO 1006, which is what we were looking at before. And if we could go to PDF page 43. No, yes, 43, I hope. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. And I'm just pursuing this line of questioning in the context of throwing out. Just because a through Delta conveyance was thrown out as not meeting project objectives doesn't mean that there isn't going to continue to be work on Delta levies, correct? By the department through its other programs, to be clear.
Don't know.
Okay, and if we look at this document, this shows the project objectives, correct? You can see that.
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 main main topics, or sorry, goals, and then it says yes or no. And this appears to be screening criteria. And do you see on the through Delta conveyance with no new diversion facility that it's all red, indicating that it doesn't meet, in terms of the screening criteria by the department, the goals listed above?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go back to your testimony, on page 4, it's land 1, page 4. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And looking at lines 8 through 15, you mentioned the subventions program and the Delta Levy Special Flood Control Projects program, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree that these are 2 programs that have and are continuing to provide funds for Delta levy repairs?
We hope they're continuing. Right now, we're not sure.
But you don't have any evidence that those programs are not going to continue, correct?
Well, I have evidence that if there's not a bond in the future, they will not have money because that's where they get all their money. And the current bond does not have enough money to even keep the subventions program going.
And if we can look at your testimony, I'm sorry, your exhibit land 9. And this is something you cited too, correct?
Yes.
And if we could look at the, just see if I can be more efficient here. I think PDF page 28. And would you agree, based on this report from Metropolitan that you attached, that since the passage of the Prop 1E and 84, the state has invested more than $245 million in flood control and habitat projects that have been carried out by levee maintenance agencies in the Delta?
If that those numbers show, yes.
And those levee maintenance agencies are the usually reclamation districts that you represent many, or have represented many of, and still do.
Yes.
And if we can also move to the top of page 29.
And I assume you're gearing up for a question about Mr. Kosio's testimony here. We're not just working our way through this.
That's right. I mean, he's in essence question. Do you want me to tell you what I'm doing?
Sure.
Sorry.
Tell me what you're doing, please.
In essence, Mr. Kosio is saying that he's unaware if the funding is going to continue. And I think that there is no evidence, and I can just ask him if he has any evidence that the funding is not going to continue for these types of projects, or that anyone's advocating that it would not continue.
Are you asking? Is that a question?
That's what I'm trying to lay the foundation for.
Well, right now, because we survive on bond money, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we know that the current bond, Prop 4, we got a lot less than we had asked for in the previous draft of the bonds that were more of a $15 billion bond, because that's what we needed for these programs. And we actually got cut back quite a bit. So we've been teetering on this for a long time, where without a direct line item in the general fund, there's no guarantee that these bonds will ever provide money for the levy program. In fact, Prop 4, the 150 million levy money that's in Prop 4, we had asked to be solely for maintenance, the maintenance subventions program, and DWR is not playing games, and they're going to move some of that to special projects, which most of these LMAs cannot participate in because they don't have the wherewithal to even draft the proposals, where entities like Metropolitan and Nature Conservancy, others that have money coming from off the island can go after that money. So there is no guarantee that these LMAs, other than minimal maintenance money, will ever get enough to repair or rehabilitate their levees.
And Metropolitan Water District owns islands in the Delta, correct?
Yes, they own 4 of them.
So they have an interest as it relates to their land ownership, correct?
To a certain extent, but they invest money well beyond what they get off the land. And I know I've watched the board discuss whether they want to keep those islands or not, because right now they're spending about $7 million a year more than they get in, and they haven't even paid the principal off on the islands that they bought. They don't have to start paying principal until I think 2040. So that's some that that's a benefit that nobody else in the Delta has. So they may be able to keep their levees maintained, but the other districts in the Delta that rely solely on their cost share coming up from the farmers cannot.
And if we could go to page 1 of this report that you cited and scroll down a bit, would you agree that the purpose of this board report that you cited is not to evaluate levee improvements as an alternative to the Delta Conveyance project?
That's correct. It does not say that, no.
And if we could also pull up, I think was your side, if your presentation land 2, slide 9. Maybe we could make it a little bit bigger, please, Ms. Mullen. And would you agree that, and just to lay the foundation, you said that this is from the Metropolitan Board Committee, this slide. It's not something you created, the picture of the slide, not the big slide.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that one of the accomplishments that this is stating is the freshwater pathway was included in the state emergency response preparedness plan?
Not the entire freshwater pathway.
A portion?
Yeah, it's more of the Old Middle River corridor south of San Joaquin River. And that was just an emergency plan to plug the breaches should they occur in that area.
And would you, does this slide also say in terms of Metropolitan's ongoing activities that it's continued targeted levee improvements, correct?
To a certain extent, but the Delta levee program won't pay beyond certain improvements. So you can't build that bigger levee right now because the Delta levees program only allows you to build up to Bulletin 19282, and it limits the amount of work you can do based on the amount of money in the program. Right now, we can only spend about $20,000 per mile per year under what they call maintenance. And so that's what we're living on. They don't have enough money to go beyond that.
And Mr. Kosio, is that an issue for the State Water Project, or is that an issue for other entities in the Delta? The
Well,
lack of money and funding.
is that an issue? Well, it's an issue for the State Water Project if they're going to want to use this freshwater pathway or armored pathway or freshwater corridor to run water through the Delta 85% of the time, even if the tunnels are in existence.
And based on the exhibits you provided, there's no indication that improvements to Delta levees will not continue to be made, correct?
That's true.
So if your position is that you're not recommending not building the DCP, and instead in lieu doing the what do we call it, through Delta, and that there isn't evidence to support that improvements to the Delta levees will not be made, how does your testimony relate to the Delta Conveyance project?
The premise mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
Well, let's just cut to the last part. How does your testimony relate to the Delta Conveyance project?
That even with the tunnel, you need to reduce the risk to your project. I mean, I guess if DWR wants to let the levees fail and then only use a tunnel, that's maybe their plan in the future. But the way we're living now, even if you built a tunnel with 85% of the time water running through the freshwater pathway, someone's got to maintain those levees for the state water project. And
When you say levies, I just want to be clear. Are you talking project levies or are you talking all the levies? I think it matters in this context.
well, all these levees in the pathway here are non-project levees.
And if we could turn to your testimony on page 8, note page 6, sorry. Sorry, yeah, back to land 1. And I'm looking at lines 8 to 10 of your testimony. Do you see where you say part of my opinion relies on the information provided by Joseph Tootle?
Yes.
And would you agree that California Water Fix is a different project than the Delta Conveyance project?
Different project. It still involved tunnels.
Or a tunnel? Is it the same capacity? If we need to do this, we can. Does it have the same, does it have 3 intakes, Mr. Kosio, or does it have 2?
That wasn't what I was addressing here. I was addressing the construction of any tunnel and use of the material that comes out of the construction of any tunnel. I wasn't specifically saying this was exactly the same. What I was saying was that in my original comments on the draft EIR, the response was they've looked at it and it's not going to happen. Well, I thought, well, Mr. Tootle, who's a geotechnical engineer, registered geotechnical engineer, actually said it could happen. So that's what I'm restating here, that any tunnel that you drill that vibrates the way these are going to, whether it's 1 tunnel, 2 tunnels, bigger, smaller, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that's the chance we're taking, is that this subsurface material could start settling. We could have subsidence and problems above ground.
Oh, now I am confused because this is the citation to Mr. Tootle's water fix testimony is in the context of what you've titled tunnel muck or reusable tunnel material in paragraph 12. So are you citing it, Mr. Tootle, in regards to the tunnel material, or are you citing it for something else?
Well, in this case, it's just a tunnel material. There's not going to be adequate for levees. But also his report talks about the vibration that I talked about earlier. And that's included in his testimony also.
And so you appear to be noting that based on Mr. Tootle's testimony and your own, that the tunnel muck could not be reused in local infrastructure such as levees. You see that on line 12 to 13?
Yes.
Can you tell me where in the EIR it says that reusable tunnel material was going to be used for local infrastructure projects such as levees?
I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't something that people would assume, like the water fix did, that this was going to be used for levee material. And I remember when I was on the stakeholder engagement committee, that was kind of a big thing. And once we started seeing a few results of the borings that were being taken, I realized this is not levee material. This is sand and gravels and things like that that are not going to be cohesive enough. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was stated here. I didn't refer to any stated use that, because that was one of the things that they advertised with water fix. Hey, we're going to produce all this material. I just wanted to throw in there, well, it's not going to be usable in this case. So.
Okay, but you're not aware of any, but you haven't reviewed the EIR to see that it doesn't, in fact, suggest that reusable tunnel material be used for local projects such as levees, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And
Objection to the extent that it uses the term reusable, which suggests it's reusable.
I'm happy to go. We can read all the documents we want. So if we could pull up AHO 1005, please.
Well, wait a minute, Ms. Meserve.
I guess I'm just confused about, we can.
You are objecting.
She's saying that he's wrong, that it's not reusable, and at the same time she's using a terminology that says reusable. So
I
that's
don't think she's, wait. So I see a distinction between reusable for local infrastructure such as levees to be different than reusable, just generally. And that's how I understood the question. Does that clarify for you, Ms. Meserve, or do you have the same objection?
I guess the documents speak for themselves. I don't need to look at it right now.
Okay.
And I guess if there's further clarification, we'll make it
We'll
later.
get there. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
And just to be clear, Mr. Kosio, you are not aware of how the Delta Conveyance Project FEIR is handling the disposal of reusable tunnel material, correct? You did not read that chapter.
No, I know where the stockpiling is, but I don't know what they plan to reuse it for.
And let's see, if we want to look at lines 23 to 24 of the same page 6, you state this material would not likely be suitable to be reused as levee material. It's too porous and doesn't have enough cohesion, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony here, you say that deeper soils in the delta have those characteristics, correct?
Yes.
And what is that opinion based on?
It's based on the knowledge of how sea level rise continued for years. And then once the delta became an estuary, that's when we started getting some of the finer grained soils and the peat growing and that sort of thing. And that's what people kind of think of the delta. But in reality, if you're going to be drilling down below that, I don't have an exact number where the bottom is, but it's a lot shallower than 150 feet down where the tunnel may be. You're going to be running into what used to be more of a riverine environment, 350 feet above the shoreline or the tidal area. And that will not be suitable material. And during the stakeholder engagement group, we were presented with some borings, the ones that you got initially, and you could see that that was correct, that the material that as deep as they need to go for the tunnel is not conducive to use for anything that we would value.
And when you say you would value, you mean for reclamation districts for purpose of levy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your opinion that all deeper soils in the delta are less cohesive and more granular?
Yes. Like I said, down below the area where the delta started becoming an estuary, a tidal estuary.
If we could go to page 7 of your testimony and looking at line 19, here you say, and I'm a little confused because here you say, in my 41 plus years of experience in the Delta, I'm not confused about that part. I know you have that experience. It says, and after reviewing dozens of geotech studies, I found the only thing consistent about Delta soils is they are very inconsistent. So how can you, on one hand, characterize deeper Delta soils as being consistently cohesive and granular, and on the other hand, say that delta soils are inconsistent?
Well, what I was saying that, it's obvious that DWR wants to take a lot more borings. And so it's indicating to me that they need to know what's going on down at their tunnel depth. And I just was stating that, I agree with that you probably should take a lot, and because what I've seen, and most of our studies do not go down 150 feet. They're more superficial or in the levee foundation area. And that's true. Things change quite a bit down there. And so I'm just saying I've experienced that, and I can see they want to do a lot of borings, which is probably not bad as far as what they're doing. On the other hand, just getting to those borings is going to damage the farmland that they have to go over.
And assuming for the sake of argument that all the deep soils are less cohesive and more granular, as you stated, is your testimony that these soils are unsuitable for any reuse? Or is your testimony that they're unsuitable for levee, purposes of levees?
Purposes of levee.
So you would agree that different soil types can be used for different purposes?
I don't know what they would use it for, so I can't really answer what they'd be used for.
And this is a hypothetical, but if you're building roads, wouldn't you want less cohesive and more granular material on roads so that it can drain versus clay or cohesive soils?
It could be, but you would have to set up a quarry and separate all the different soil types and maybe crush some larger pieces of rock.
Mr. Kosio, you talk about vibration during the tunnel construction in your testimony, and I was curious if you had read the response to comments in the FEIR, and in particular, I believe you provided response to comments, or you provided comments on the FEIR regarding this vibration issue.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, is the question whether Mr. Kosio has read DWR's response to his comments
Yes, thank you.
on the draft EIR?
Yeah, so as the draft EIR reviewed and commented on, and their response essentially said, we did an analysis and it shows it's not going to happen. But on the other hand, I looked at Joe Tootle's testimony from WaterFix, and being a geotechnical engineer and understanding what's down there, he's the one that I was using to say, hey, it looks like that may not be satisfactory, and especially since DWR is continuing to do these borings every 1,000 feet or so.
If we could pull up FEIR, and I believe I asked you this, and I'll just confirm, you didn't read chapter 10 of the FEIR on the geology and seismicity, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could pull up, please, AHO 1236. And these are responses to comments. And if we probably need to make it a little bigger. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So I want to direct you to the specific, these are, this one on top is looking specifically at San Joaquin County. And if we, which you can see is, do you see where it says 525-1?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you commented on behalf of San Joaquin County. Is that correct? Or it incorporated your comments into theirs?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they incorporated it, but yeah, I did submit a memo with comments, yes.
If we could go to PDF page 18, please. And if we could scroll down, I think we want to go to the 52519. So maybe we could go on to the next page and show the comment.
Do you want the first part?
Yeah, I want to see.
Unfortunately, I don't think we can do both.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go to the second part first, if we can make it bigger, and go to page 20 at the top. And do you see, oops, okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. PDF page 19. And do you see that it's reciting to your report there, the Kosio report?
Yes.
And that the results are that there's an incomplete impact analysis. This results in an incomplete impact analysis.
Yes.
And if we could go back to the top of the bottom of page 18, perfect. And do you see in here in the comment it says that the DER cites to only one project engineering report to show that vibration from tunnel boring machines was analyzed, and it cites to chapter 24. Do you see that 24-25?
Which side of the page is it on?
It's on the comment page that was made by San Joaquin on the left-hand
Left
side.
side. So Ms. Mullen, can we just scroll over? I know this is difficult. Can you scroll over a little bit so we can see oh, it's all there. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, 24 to 25, yeah.
And are you aware that chapter 24 of the EIR is the noise analysis?
No.
Scroll to the right, yeah. And then do you see in response to your comment that the DWR states that chapter 4 was a noise and that the analysis that you were looking for is actually in chapter 10? On the
Objection.
right-hand
I
side?
don't think this is actually Gilbert Kosio's comment. I believe this is the cover letter that is discussing Gilbert Kosio's comment. So this is not quite right, Ms. Morris.
Well, I'm going to go down to the bottom of this, but do you see where this, in response to this comment, it's talking about that 24 is the noise and that the actual analysis is in chapter 10?
What?
If
Why
you want
are
to
we?
scroll, I'm sorry, if you could, here, Officer Kinsey, if we could scroll Ms. Mullen
Well,
down.
let's pause a
What's the
moment.
point of this line of questioning? It's not his comment. He wrote a memo that was attached to a letter. And why are we discussing this right now? You have Mr. Kosio here. Ask him questions about his opinions.
Well, and hold on, let me orient myself here on the comment.
And
This is
to
because
be
the
helpful, I'm sorry, to be orient, if you see on the left-hand column that this comment is referring to settlement causing damages and it cites to the Kosio report. That's
yes,
the
but
comment.
this is not Mr. Kosio's memo. And because DWR didn't reproduce the memo in the responses to comments, you can't actually find it. So, I mean, it's not my problem, but like this is not Mr. Kosio's comment.
So, but so where are you going, Ms. Morris? What are we trying to address here?
The response is to show that the analysis that, and we can go to the
And
right
this
hand
would be
side.
rebuttal.
Hold on.
If we could go to the right-hand side, I want to ask Mr. Kosio if he reviewed this response to comment because he cited to this exact page in his testimony. And that's why I'm asking.
Why don't you ask the question? So here, Mr. Kosio, did you review this response to comment in the preparation of your testimony?
Yes, I did. And that's where my
Okay.
my current comment exists because I was describing the fact that you don't have all the borings. And just because you did the analysis for the borings you did have, and it said settlement will be minor overall, what does that mean? And that future geotechnic studies would determine what site-specific measures. And so I'm just stating that you're going to get more data. And if you want to look at future geotech studies, that's great. That's what I'm suggesting you do. So I'm not sure where you're going with all this because what I'm saying is that yeah, you're gonna get more borings, which I think is great because there's a lot of inconsistency out there. And then two, getting those borings is going to damage the farm ground.
And so, Mr. Kosio, do you see in this that in response to the comment that the approach, if you go onto the page, the top of this page, that DWR is taking the same approach as was described in the Kosio report that was attached to the comment letter?
I'm sorry, where are we looking, Ms. Morris?
It's on the, unfortunately, we can't split the page, but it's the
Right.
top sentence on the response column on the right on page 18 and the top on 9, which says the approach is similar to the one described in the Kosio report attached to the comment.
I see that. Thank you.
Yes. And Mr. Kosio, is it your testimony then that you don't have an issue with the approach? You have a concern that there isn't enough borings at this point in time?
Yes, and I don't know what the approach is, but like I said, reviewing Mr. Tootle's testimony from WaterFix, he was concerned about it, and him being a licensed geotech engineer, I thought that would hold more credibility than just me saying I want to see you do it. So that's what I was getting at.
And if we could go back to your testimony on page 8. And here I want to ask you some questions about the survey. So on this page, on the top page, lines 1 through 8, you describe a situation that in the 1990s there were a lot of surveys for gas explorations. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I didn't see any citation for that. What is that based on?
That's based on my experience out there in the Delta working for a lot of reclamation districts and knowing that they allowed gas companies to go out and do borings on their land. These borings were not always sealed properly. And as I talk about later, the boring machines, not just for the boring of uh, for the soils, but actually construction of some of the pipelines damaged the farm ground.
And and so all of this statement from like lines 2 to 6, we'll just say 1 to 8, is based on your personal experience and observations.
Yes.
And so you're familiar with the depths and sort of these gas explorations that were occurring in the 1990s.
I'm not familiar with the depths. I just knew they were out there drilling. And when they left, we had problems.
So you don't know at what depth the gas explorations would be.
A lot deeper than the tunnel. They're probably thousands of feet. But that was
And
my point. The point was the equipment that did the work and the way they sealed the borings um, caused problems.
and would you agree that because gas explorations are deeper, as you've noted, that it would take longer to get those borings than, say, a soil investigation for the DCP?
I don't know what difference that makes. I'm talking about the equipment that had to travel to the boring. How long it sat there was not part of my concern.
Would you agree that because these are deeper explorations, gas explorations, that they use larger and heavier drilling equipment that would be needed for soil investigations?
I don't know, but the actual trucks and other things they took out looked very similar to what geotechnical borings for shorter, less depth, less deep borings were the same.
And if we could, on page 8, the same page on line 3, you said this required many borings in which seismic testing would be used. What seismic testing are you referring to in that line?
So a lot of these borings were not for wells. They were for dropping an explosive down a hole 50 to 100 feet deep and then measuring how the deep soils react. And that's how they determine what the gas pockets were. So these were not the 10,000-foot borings themselves. These were just the size gel is what they call the material. They drop down, blow it off, and then they'd have sensors around the fields to somehow, through a three-dimensional model of some sort, determine what the potential pockets of gas were.
So these included underground explosions, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that soil investigations for the Delta Conveyance project do not include explosions?
Not that I know of.
And are you aware, have you seen any of the temporary entry permits that DWR has used to obtain um, the borings that it has been able to conduct?
I don't think I have. Not the actual permit, no.
And on pages 8 to 9 of your testimony in general, you talk about subsidence, and you cite to land 11, which maybe we'll just pull it up so we can look at it. It's land 11, please, Ms. Mullen. And This is the report that you cited, correct?
Yes,
And this is the State Water Project Delivery Capability Report 2023 addendum.
yes.
And so because you cited it, I assume you are familiar with this report.
Well, again, I was just reviewing it for some of the highlights that I had heard, publicized that due to subsidence, the capacity of the canals was being impacted.
And if we could go to PDF page 5. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And do you see in the first couple sentences that in essence, this is, I can give you a minute to read it if you want. Maybe read the first couple sentences to yourself.
Okay.
And would you agree that this is to provide information on potential range of water delivery impacts in over 20 years if no corrective actions were taken to address the subsidence effects?
Yes.
So in essence, it's a worst case scenario report.
I don't know. I don't know what those corrective actions would be. I was just looking at the impacts to what's happened and how the capacity is currently dropped.
And do you see the next sentence that says that California Department of Water Resources is committed to restore the conveyance capacity and has an engineering plan for near-term fixes?
Yes.
You also cite to land 12, if we could please pull that up.
I really have to register my objection here. The last question, for example. Yeah,
I noted it, Mr. Keeling. I was contemplating my mind. Ms. Morris, did you have a follow-up to that, or was that just to have Mr. Kosio read the testimony? I mean, I think your follow-up there, here, I'll ask it. Mr. Kosio, based on that reorientation to the document that you cited, does that change your testimony in any way?
No, my testimony was that it's going to cost money to repair this. And that's another thing that has to be thought of because right now it doesn't have the capacity. That's all my testimony was.
Okay, thank you.
And I wasn't done because I wanted to lay a further foundation with this document that is also cited by Mr. Kosio. And Mr. Kosio, this comes from a Metropolitan report, correct? That you cited in your testimony?
Yes, yes.
And if we look on PDF page 9, would you agree that this also states that DWR is committed to restoring the capacity of the canal?
Yes.
So in your opinion, if you were using the delivery capability report to note some conveyance capacity issues and based on a report that assumes no repairs for 20 years, would you agree that if there were repairs, the capacity limitations may not exist or they may be significantly less?
I don't know. But my only point was it's going to cost money that other reports, especially news reports on the impacts, they're going to cost money. I don't have an exact number, and I wasn't really looking at what's going to happen in 20 years. I was just looking at, okay, today you've got this impact. Someone's estimating $1 billion, someone's actually estimating $3 billion, but it's going to cost a lot of money to fix that.
And so just to be clear, your testimony is not that the capacity is going to be reduced. Your testimony, as you're saying it now, is it's going to cost money to make those repairs.
Yeah, my testimony is that capacity has been reduced, and it will cost money to fix that. It just has to be considered what happens in the future when they fix it, how much more capacity would be lost. I don't know.
And on page 9 of your testimony, if we could pull it up. At the bottom, the last bullet point, starting on line 24, you state that there's no quantitative consideration of the diversion at the Big Notch project, correct?
Yes.
And the Big Notch project just is the Fremont Weir project. Those are the same project, correct?
Yes. Well, it's next to the Fremont Weir.
And are you aware that the Big Notch project was modeled in the 2040 scenario in the FEIR?
No, my comment here was based mostly on the fact that testimony from DWR personnel talks about how much could have been put in the tunnel in the period where they couldn't pump out of the South Delta. But then further questioning at hearings like the Stewardship Council, it was confirmed that they didn't look at this stuff. And I'm just saying, you've got to look at this. You can't just throw out at a meeting, well, we could have diverted 900,000 acre feet and not even know where you're going to store that water, or whether this 6,000, which is supposed to increase to 12,000, would affect the flow that you assumed was going to be there in order to divert through the tunnel during the period you couldn't pump out of the South Delta. That's all this was about.
And I understand that. But in general, wouldn't you agree that if you were going to analyze that as part of flows being available, it would be through a numeric, a model that's showing the hydrology and what water is available, correct?
That's correct, but I was just responding more to what DWR has been reporting during the winter, when these last few winters have been a little higher than normal the first 3 months of fall and winter season, and that no one's really discussing that, hey, in reality, if there is 12,000 CFS, and on this day that we say we're diverting, one, do we have the storage capacity? And two, would that 12,000 CFS impact us? They weren't saying that. They're trying to sell the project. And if they have it all analyzed in the FEIR, that's fine, but that's not what they're saying in these public meetings.
I understand. So I want to be clear then. So in your testimony is not that there is no quantitative consideration of the Big Notch project in the EIR or the modeling for the project, but rather that there is no quantitative consideration in some number that the department has presented publicly about potential benefits in public meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know the numbers that were presented in those public meetings, whether or not that that information was based? Do you know how that analysis was done?
Yeah, I think they assumed that they would just open up the tunnel and run 6,000 CFS as long as they need it. And that's where they keep coming up this 900,000 acre feet.
So your testimony is that the 900,000 acre feet supply doesn't take into consideration any regulatory requirements, any bypass flows, it's just, can I turn it on and move the water?
I don't know about the bypass flows, but yeah, some of the other regulatory requirements and the fact that this upstream diversion will impact whatever's coming down now.
And in these descriptions, does DWR explain that the estimates reflect what would have happened in that year and not in a future year?
Objection vague. What do you mean by DWR descriptions?
Mr. Kosio is talking about meetings he attended. I wasn't there. I'm trying to understand what he knows about the numbers and how they were explained.
I think you're referencing, if I understand right, Ms. Morris, the public comments made by DCA and DWR staff.
Correct.
Yes, they're just assuming that, hey, we could turn this spigot on and run this water for so many days or whatever they figure this year. That's what they're looking at. And but it's what they're doing is they're advertising how much benefit they get out of the tunnel, but they don't really look at the like I said, the regulatory and any other constraints that might be put on them once they get a permit.
And that's your understanding because you don't have any evidence no one's explained to you where those numbers come from, correct?
Well, their questions do come up. What did you gotta look at? Did you look at whether you could store the water somewhere? Did you look at whether other things would affect? And the answer is no. They just saw the water that was there today. Could we turn on the tunnel if it was there? And if the answer is yes, they run 6,000 CFS, which ends up being 12,000 acre feet a day, and that's where they multiply by the days they can do that, and that's how they come up with this number.
Okay. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Kosio, and I thank you very much for answering my questions. And I don't think we have any more questions for this panel.
Thank you. And I will look, I realize it's 12:14, but let me see and confirm that there's no one else who has questions for these two witnesses. I had what hopefully is a relatively just one question because if to the extent you know, Mr. Kosio, I was when you were discussing I wrote down an acronym for it, the BFLs, big fat levies. Is that right? Is
Okay.
that
Yeah. And that's not a technical term. That was just what I threw out there.
right? I understand. It stuck with me though. It resonated. And I'm wondering if you can generally describe for me, just for my general understanding, um, what type of construction effort would be needed to upgrade a levee? I mean, is it like you take down the whole thing and start anew, or is it you make modifications to what is there, and what kind of a time frame? I don't know if you can answer these, but just in a general
Well,
manner.
that's a good question because everybody always cites that, hey, these levees weren't engineered. Well, that's fine, but anytime we do work on them, we engineer them and we take into account that levee that was not engineered. So yeah, this would be on top of what's there. We engineer it, and this one's going to be 10 feet wider. It's going to have a bigger toe berm. It's going to be 4 or 5 feet higher, and that's all taken into account as the whole levee system. So even though I might have some substandard levee that was built 150 years ago, we take that into account and we add whatever we need to make it stronger and higher and resistant to earthquakes.
Do you have, based on your experience, an example just generally of how many miles of levee and how long it took to upgrade it? I mean, months,
Not,
days, just a general sense.
no, so that NWD report that I cite quite a bit is where they did that work.
Okay.
Took their levies and estimated what it would cost to improve their levies, and then they extrapolated based on all the number of miles in the delta that would need that kind of work.
Thank you. Thank you for that citation. That is the extent of my questions. I think in an effort to try to get the panel excused, I will look back to Mr. Keeling and Ms. Meserve. Do you have redirect for these witnesses, or do you want to? We can also take lunch if you'd rather do it after. I'm fine with either.
Well, I think we would rather take lunch so that we can look at our notes. That said, yeah, let's just take lunch and then decide on redirect.
All right, that's fine. With that, let's go ahead and break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And then with that, I see we have Mr. Keeling, so I will look to you first. Do you have redirect for this panel of witnesses?
We have no redirect for Mr. Zarif, but we will have some redirect for Mr. Kosio, and Ms. Meserve will handle that.
Foster,
Thank you.
Foster, Foster.
And we did let Mr. Zarif go. He had another engagement.
Well, and please extend my appreciation and thanks for his time today with us. So thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Mr. Kosio, and I will turn to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, and I should make sure, I'm sorry, I should make sure, Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, are you here? Good, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Kosio, you were asked questions regarding the continuation or the likelihood of continuation of levy funding in the future. And are you aware of any funding of levee improvements for the through Delta pathway or freshwater pathway by the state water contractors?
No, I'm not.
And are you concerned about the future of levee funding in the Delta?
Yes.
Objection outside the scope of the direct.
Overruled.
The answer was yes. Yeah.
And why?
Just because we've had to fight so hard for these last money from these last bonds, and we've gotten a lot less than we thought we would. And then when it gets attributed to DWR or assigned to DWR for doling it out, we get even less. And so right now we've got money for this current fiscal year. And that's all that's guaranteed. Even though there's money in the bond, we haven't been told how that will be used in the future. And like I said before, the 150 million that is in Prop 4 is only, it's less than 10 years of actual funding for levee maintenance. And so once that's done, or even before that, if we don't get any indication that some of that's definitely going to be allocated to the levee program during certain years, then we just don't know what's going to happen after this year, after 2026.
And the state water project does rely on the freshwater pathway to deliver water to the existing facilities, correct?
Yes. And even if there is money, it's been limited to maintenance funding. So you're not going to get the levee improvements you need to get even close to rehabilitating those levees to the pathway.
And in your cross-exam, do you recall Ms. Morris saying something to the effect that DWR had not suggested that tunnel muck could be reused for purposes of levee construction or maintenance?
Yes.
When you served on the stakeholder engagement committee, do you recall a discussion about possible reuse of tunnel muck for levees?
Yes.
Objection to the extent that it's talking about the SEC and its relevance, because what happened in the SEC is not necessarily what's reflected in the FEIR, which is what I asked about.
Noted, but I'll allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Kosio.
Yes, we did talk about that at the SEC, that it was still available. And I did comment on some of the things they came up with, because once they changed the alignment to the eastern alignment and the stockpile was at Twin Cities Road, that was going to, not only was the material not good, once we saw a few borings, is that the distance to haul that material was just not going to make it feasible to even use it for levees.
And are you aware of any other statements by DWR or project proponents about the possible use of tunnel muck for levees?
Yeah, I don't have the exact information right in front of me, but I have heard advertisements or propaganda that, the levees will be fixed. I assume that's what they're talking about, is that it's reusable tunnel material, and that's been pretty recent, within the last year or so.
And then also you were asked questions regarding the exhibit land 12, which was that PowerPoint from a Metropolitan Water District meeting regarding the subsidence of the California aqueduct. Do you recall the slide regarding the commitment of DWR to address subsidence?
Yes.
And what does the word committed mean to you in the context of that slide?
I don't know. I haven't seen any plans and I haven't seen any cost estimates to show that, hey, yeah, we're going to build this and it's going to cost that. I think some of the cost estimates I have seen are made by people that aren't part of DWR. So I don't know what that commitment means.
And so why would you be concerned about the capacity of the California aqueduct in this proceeding?
Because as of right now, unless there is a fully committed plan with funding, you're going to have problems putting 6,000 cubic feet per second in the California aqueduct.
In your direct testimony, you mentioned the cost of the Delta Tunnel, the estimated cost of the Delta Tunnel, and I believe you may have said 20 million. Was that a mistake?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was a mistake. It should have been billion.
So what was the correct number?
20 billion is what I've heard as far as DWR, but I've also heard others that it's going to be more than that, but it's in the billions.
And thinking about the estimated cost of the Delta Tunnel, and the concerns stated in your testimony, do you think that the Delta Tunnel is in the public interest?
I think as far as the Delta goes, I'd say no, because if you're just looking at it from a purely water supply standpoint, that's one thing. But in my whole career, the point's been to fix the Delta. And fixing the Delta to me means improving on the co-equal goals, which is water supply, which is habitat, and then preserving Delta's place. And I don't think this plan has that information. In fact, I think it's detrimental to Delta's place because it will impact the locals and the future of maintaining the Delta as place and as the current configuration of islands the way it sits.
And in your cross-examination, you were also shown the alternative screening criteria table in the EIR. And do you think that there would be ways that the state could meet its water supply needs without constructing the Delta Tunnel that have not been considered by the state? Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it to the extent you have an opinion, Mr. Kosio.
Well, during the stakeholder exchange group, I actually brought that up as an issue that, at least take the intakes down to Sherman Island. DWR owns Sherman Island for the most part. You're going to still allow water to get to the central delta through the cross channel and Georgiana Slough. And the response was, we can't do that because we'll have saltwater intrusion in the future, which I don't think that was supported by any reports. And then also I mentioned, well, what about the North Delta Water Agency agreement for water quality and decision 1641? And the response from Kerry Buckman was, those aren't going to be in existence in the future. So how that can help the Delta, I don't know. But certainly, moving them away from where they are now would help. It wouldn't totally solve all the problems. I'm not a fish person or other things, but obviously, when those still be concerns whether loss of water would impact the wildlife and habitat.
That's all I had, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up?
I do, because I think we have new opinions that are not in the testimony. So, Mr. Kosio, you just stated that the Delta Conveyance project is not in the public interest. Where in your testimony or PowerPoint do you make that statement?
Towards the end, I mentioned something. I can't remember my exact wording. Find it.
Page 10, lines 12 through 13.
Can we pull that up, Ms. Mullinan? Will you remind me, please, of the citation for Mr. Kosio's testimony?
Land 1.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Kosio, you say, in my opinion, after you follow finally existing storage and conveyance capacity limitations of the state water project may make claimed water supply benefits illusory. In my opinion, therefore, the DCP is not in the public interest. Why is it not in the public interest? Because does the water supply benefits maybe illusory?
No, it's not in the public interest because it's going to impact the local area.
And where do you say that it's going to impact the local area or the Delta as a place in your testimony?
Well, a couple lines before that, I said it would result in impacts to agricultural activity and viability of the Delta due to subsidence compaction from the geotech stuff and tunneling activities, which is part of my testimony. So I guess I was relying on the co-equal goals were not all being getting beneficial improvement by the tunnel.
And is that your legal opinion that the co-equal goals are not being met by the Delta Conveyance project?
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, did you say, is that your legal opinion?
Yes, I believe that's a legal opinion.
You can't ask that question. Mr. Kosio is not a legal expert, so
Well, he just made an opinion, and I'm asking, is that a legal opinion?
I'm not going to allow that question. You can find
Objection
a different
calls for a
way.
legal conclusion.
And in this testimony, then, just so we can be sure about what testimony, or what your testimony is about the not being in the public interest, it's limited to this sentences on line 6 through 9, and then sentence 10 through 11, correct?
Objection misstates testimony.
I believe that's what he said, and I'm trying to confirm.
Mr. Kosio, you can caveat that as appropriate. Did you understand the question?
Not totally, no.
Let's just run it by us both one more time, please, Ms. Morris.
Your opinion that the DCP is not in the public interest, I just asked you, and you pointed me to these lines in terms of impacts on the Delta, and you specifically to lines 9 through 11 of your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And that is your opinion of why the Delta Conveyance project is not in the public interest, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
And where can I find the other part?
Well, it's not all described exactly in my testimony, but
And you said in the cross-examination that the Delta as a place would have an impact on the locals, correct?
that was just on the redirect, I think, right?
Yes, that's what I meant if I
yeah.
said something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that impact to locals is that to result, this line here impacts to agricultural activity and viability in the Delta due to subsidence and compaction from the geotech explorations and tunneling activities.
Well, that was more specific to those activities, but in general, I was just saying, as far as the co-equal goals are concerned, that I've been working with a number of years, I didn't see the benefit coming out of it.
And
Legal opinion is just my observation of what I've seen as far as habitat improvements, levee improvements, and whatever else the stewardship of the Delta plan contains in it.
And the co-equal goals come from the Delta Reform Act, right?
Yes.
That's a statute, right?
Whatever it is, yeah.
So your opinion is that this project doesn't meet those legal statutory requirements.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think my understanding of it, well, because Mr. Kosio is not a legal expert, he can't testify to whether it legally meets that standard, but there are other understandings of the word as a factual matter. So I don't know, Ms. Morris, whether your question is specific to legal, then I won't allow it. But if you want a more general response within his expertise, then you could ask that question.
Mr. Kosio, you were asked about whether or not the State Water Project would continue to fund or funds as a commitment to fund levee maintenance, correct? Or improvements?
In my previous cross-examination, is that what you're referring?
No, when Ms. Meserve just redirected you.
I think she said the water contractors. I can't remember how she formed it. But she asked if the water contractors were funding levy, if I knew if they were funding levies in the pathway.
And you made a statement that DWR controls funding regarding levee projects, correct?
Well, that was a totally different question I was answering there. I think the question was, is there a concern that we won't get money in the future? And then, like I said, yes, because we've lost a lot of money that we thought we could get in bonds, and once we get the money, DWR controls it as directed in the bond, and we don't always get what we'd hoped for.
And who's we?
The Delta Levy districts
And
through the
Mr.
Delta
Kosio,
Levies program.
does the Department of Water Resources have many divisions and programs?
Yes, but when the funding says for Delta levies, you'd think there'd be, focus on Delta levies from the viewpoint of people that operate and maintain those levies, but that's not always the case.
And it's as part of DWR's responsibilities is one program or division is the State Water Project, correct?
Yes.
And that's the program that's pursuing the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Yes.
And DWR has a separate entity that's DWR Flood or Division, program or division, correct?
Yeah, I don't know it's exactly called, but you're right. Yes.
And then DWR also has a separate subventions program, which is completely different than the State Water Project, correct?
And completely different from flood also, yes.
And when you talk about we don't get the money, the reclamation districts, are the reclamation districts the ones who own the non-project levies?
Yeah, and some of the project levies too.
And in response to Ms. Meserve, you made a comment that there's been, in regards to reusable tunnel material, that there's been propaganda, but you don't specify what that is or who it came from or where you obtained this information about alleged propaganda. Can you provide some more context, please?
It's just reports that I've seen pop up on Facebook or something where it says, that this is how great the tunnel plan is going to be, and it does mention improving levees. I don't know what that means, but it certainly is not what I see happening.
And reports on Facebook, are they posts on Facebook? Are they actual reports?
It's advertisements from DWR. I don't know the exact what it's exactly called, but it's just like I said, advertisements from DWR for the tunnel project.
So this alleged propaganda is your interpretation of some posts made by the Department of Water Resources. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
And did you do any analysis to show that the Delta Conveyance water would not have the capacity to move through the California aqueduct?
No, it was just again reports that I've seen that mentioned in the last few months because it's kind of come up more recently. That's why I kind of threw it in there at the end. That it was impacting the capacity and it would cost a lot of money to fix it. That's where I ended it.
But again, you've done no analysis.
No.
And you brought up in response to a question by Ms. Meserve that you suggested moving the intakes from Sherman Island. Where can I find this in your testimony?
Well, this was just something that came up during the stakeholder engagement committee. It wasn't part of my testimony. It's just that it was just a thought that came up. I can't remember what her question was that I threw out there that got shot down right away during the engagement committee meeting.
And are you authorized to speak on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency?
No,
And when you stated that Ms. Buckman made statements that the North Delta Water Agency agreement and D-1641 wouldn't be around, what evidence do you have of that?
I don't. That's what that's what she said.
That's what you heard her say. You heard her say at what meeting did she say that?
It was at the engagement committee meeting, and that was response to a question I had. I asked, well, how you know, if you're going, how are you going to maintain meeting those requirements? She said, we're not, because they're not going to be in existence in the future.
Those were her exact words.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't have that, you didn't put that in your testimony, and you don't have that in writing anywhere.
No.
Objection argumentative.
I think now we're past it, but moving on, Ms. Morris.
Are you aware if that statement that you heard Ms. Buckman say was tracked in the tracking log for the SEC?
I don't know. I mean, I never went back to look at the transcripts.
I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Kosio.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Morris, and thank you, Mr. Kosio. Thank you so much for your time.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I do have one follow-up redirect. Redirect.
Redirect,
would be
and then
called.
Ms. Morris will have a chance to redirect, but
That's
we'll
fine.
recross. Let's keep
Fine.
it limited, please.
Yes. You were asked, Mr. Kosio, about separate parts of DWR as pertains to, I guess, flood control and conveyance during your redirect. Are you aware, does DWR have one director? And who is that?
Well, the one director is Carla Namath.
Thank you.
Ms. Morris, do you care to respond with anything further? Thank you. Then with that, thank you, Mr. Kosio, for your time and attention and for answering all of our questions. I very much appreciate your testimony, and you are excused.
All right, thanks.
I will turn to Ms. Meserve because you're up on my screen. I believe next.
Still me, I apologize for the, we're back to wildlife, I believe.
Okay.
It's not a great segue, I'm afraid.
That's right. And I believe we have Robert Burness and David Yee. Is that?
Yeah, they should hopefully be there.
Yep, I think, let's look. I'll ask, they're both here. I'll ask the hearing team if you would please elevate both David Yee and Robert Burness. And you are both welcome to come on camera and off mute. And I will administer the oath, and then I will turn to you, Ms. Meserve. Good afternoon, Mr. Burness.
Good afternoon.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And good afternoon, David Yee. Good afternoon, Mr. Yee. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I
And with
do.
that, to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. All right. Today we are hearing our second wildlife panel. And this is for Environmental Council of Sacramento and Save Our Sandhill Cranes. And first we'll be hearing from Mr. Burness and then Mr. Yee. So I'll start by doing just a brief direct with Mr. Burness. So and friends, I'm sorry, and also for Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife
thank
Refuge.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Burness, is FSL1 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is FSL2 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
Yes.
And are exhibits FSL 5 and 6, along with the other cited materials, what you relied upon in preparing your testimony?
Yes.
And could you please tell me a little bit about your background as it relates to this testimony today?
I served as a planner for this county of Sacramento for over 30 years before retiring. Most of my work was involved in conservation planning, conservation element, open space element, and protecting habitat, particularly vernal pool habitat in Sacramento County. When I retired, I was recruited to be part of the Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. Because I was also involved on the side with the effort to create the refuge back in the early 90s. And for the last 15 or 16, 17 years, I have been active with the Friends group and served as their conservation chair and involved in the many threats to the refuge that we have faced over the last 15, 16 years.
Let's see. And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up FSL2? And then that will allow Mr. Burness to go ahead and provide a summary of his testimony. Please go ahead.
You can move to the next slide. The Friends of Stone Lakes has been around virtually since the creation of the refuge in the early 90s. And we're all a volunteer organization. We're a 501c3 organization. We assist in projects to improve the refuge, but we also serve to help educate the public by holding events at the refuge where we can, conducting outreach and engaging where we see threats to the refuge. Next slide. What you see from the freeway is just open land, but not available to public view at the refuge is some actual beautiful habitat that is rich in wildlife and important as part of the attraction of this area to a variety of different wildlife. Next slide. This map shows the location of the legislative boundary of the Stone Lakes National Refuge along the east side of the Sacramento River. It comprises approximately 18,000 acres. About 6,500 of that acreage is actively managed by the refuge. I think it's also important to note in this slide that this refuge is part of a triad of protected areas identified here as the Yellow Bypass area and the Cosumnes Preserve, which together sort of flank the southern side of the large urban area of Sacramento and is part of a long-standing effort on the part of numerous organizations to build connectivity between these different preserves, and in particular the area between Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes Preserve, where there is upland habitat that both the wetland species, the waterfowl of both areas depend upon as part of their feeding areas. Next slide. This stands stands to reason by itself. The whole objective here is to provide open space and wildlife habitat on the Pacific Flyway. But also, it is one of the first urban refuges, and it is an opportunity for public interaction and the ability for an urban population to experience a national wildlife refuge environment. Next slide. Quickly, this is the major outdoor facility of the refuge. We do not have an indoor visitor center. This is set up to be the visitor center. It is a recreated wetland from what used to be great vineyards. And that is a long-standing effort that we hope to be able to improve upon on some of the other vineyards that exist within the refuge boundary. This is our major visitor site. Next slide. It also includes in the visitor site, the little green heron playscape, which is specifically oriented to young children. Next slide. Some years ago, I think it was in 2006 or seven, I'm not sure exactly when, Stone Lakes was identified as one of the 6 most threatened refuges within the United States. And if anything, that is still true and perhaps even more true. And we'll talk about that a little bit in some of the subsequent slides. Next. The primary one in terms of threats is urban encroachment. This slide compares the situation in 1993 as opposed to one about 10 or 12 years later. And you can see the level of urban growth that has occurred since then. In addition, Elk Grove, and this is all part of the city of Elk Grove has demonstrated or has since expanded its sphere of influence further to the south of its existing area, and in that habitat area between the two different between the wildlife refuge and the Kosio Preserve, and has demonstrated ambitions to expand further south into as much as all of the unflooded or areas outside of the flood 200-year flood protection within that boundary. So there is a continuing threat of urban expansion. Next slide. In addition, we have the challenges that urban development causes in terms of water quality for this shows one of the inlets, sources of inflow into North Stone Lake. There's also South Stone Lakes and a watershed up to the north that are largely urban. That one is largely urbanized. Next slide. Just to as a reminder, we're smack dab in the middle of the Pacific Flyway, and because it is one of the larger areas in the Pacific Flyway that is urbanized, at least in the valley, it is important that we try to protect land on both north and south of that large area where there is essentially no refugia for migratory waterfowl. Next slide. And this is our mascot, the Greater Sandhill Crane. They winter in our area, and particularly at the refuge. They are also one of the totally protected species, threatened species, and they are one of the major reasons why people come to the refuge in order to see sandhill cranes. Next slide. There are other endangered species associated with the refuge identified here. I won't go into any detail on these. I think a lot of the supporting testimony for protecting the species has been dealt with already, particularly with the greater sandhill crane. Next slide. Some of the waterfowl species, the migratory waterfowl species that use the refuge, there are many others. Snow geese in particular, white-fronted geese have begun using the refuge in considerable numbers and then feeding in the surrounding area. Next slide. And this, I believe, is the last slide, and it gets to the relationship between the refuge and the project that you are hearing today. There are a number of facilities that are located very close to the refuge. We think of this the refuge as being the ground zero for the impacts of the tunnel project because two of the sites for two of the intake structures are close to the refuge, within a mile or so of proximity to the refuge. The base for the tunneling operation is located at Twin Cities Road and I-5, which is the dot in the lower left-hand corner, lower right-hand corner. And the travel road, particularly Lambert Road and a new haul road, will accommodate considerable truck traffic going to and from the intake structures to the tunneling site. So, there are considerable impacts and they lead to a number of concerns that we have. I would add that in addition to the tunnel, I guess I'm struggling for the word, for the facility, the base for the tunneling project at the Twin Cities Road, there are already a couple of encroachments in that area that are of concern. One is an existing solar facility, which could be expanding, and the other is a proposed regional composting facility on the west side within the refuge boundary that is proposed for consideration by the Sacramento County decision makers. I'd like to briefly go over or summarize the concerns that we have, and by we I mean the Friends of Stone Lakes, regarding the impacts of this project, consistent with my testimony. The first is increased demand for commercial uses near the Twin Cities interchange. I won't elaborate on these. I'll just mention them as part of my presentation. We believe that the busyness of the tunnel operations is going to cause other uses to be proposed and rezones to be proposed in that area. Escalation of land use values associated with land acquisition for the project, and the likely induced demand for supporting uses and other travel commercial uses will hinder efforts to expand the refuge and implement the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan, as well as refuge as well as the work of several conservation entities that are working to protect habitat values in the lower Cosumnes River Basin. We believe there is a need to uphold the prior tunnel project commitments that were made as part of our negotiations during those earlier hearings, beginning with the Delta Protection Plan. Fourth, the need for mitigation to be focused on the vicinity of the impacts and not significant distance from them. Fifth, the need for a commitment to mitigate foraging habitat loss in the non-floodplain south of Elk Grove, which is the area that is impacted by potential urban expansion that conservation easements, conservation protection is much harder to obtain.
And Mr. Burness, it looks like we lost your video. I'm not sure why.
I have not
Touched anything?
touched anything. I have something leaning against my screen, but that shouldn't cause it. Is there anything I can do?
Let me see if iTeam can send an invitation.
Oh, wait, let me push this button.
Oh, there we go. You're back.
Okay, I don't know how that happened. I might have touched something. I'm near the end here. The need for and finally, the sixth one is the potential negative consequences of using eminent domain to implement the project if it goes forward. Finally, we do have an ask, a recommendation, and I'd like to just summarize that. We request that DWR and its partners be required to coordinate with conservation organizations, work habitat and farmland in the Cosumnes Basin to acquire easements and or fee title to significant acreage between Southstone Lake and Cosumnes River Preserve to provide additional roosting foraging habitat for sandhill cranes and other waterfowl prior to completion of project construction. The DWR and its partners shall purchase the entirety of said mitigation acreage from willing sellers, and that DWR purchase some compensatory mitigation acres immediately south of Elk Grove to minimize the impact of regional conservation efforts already underway. And that concludes my oral testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Burness. And it does look like right at the end, we lost your video again. So you may need to push the same button. Although maybe you can go off if we're turning to Mr. Yee, so that may be fine. That's the magic button, whatever that one is. Thank you. With that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Yee.
Hello.
And can we just make sure we can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Okay.
And is Mr. Yee, is Exhibit SOSC1 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is SOSC2 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And is SOSC4 through 6 copies of materials that you cited or relied on in preparing your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And can you please just tell me a little bit about your background for preparing this testimony today?
My background has to do with just my my life living here. It's based on me being born and raised in the Stockton Lodi area and becoming from a very young age, interested in wildlife observation, primarily through the encouragement of my parents, and became a student of observation. And I went on to pursue that as a career in college. And it was all done locally. So my family and friends were very much involved in the outdoors locally in San Joaquin and Sacramento counties. And I was very active in doing that. So I just have a lot of time, years, I would say conservatively 55 years of pretty much every day of my life being out in these areas doing wildlife observation.
And yeah, it appears the picture is not great of Mr. Yee, but I think the sound seems all right.
The sound seems excellent. I had the same.
Oh,
I think
okay.
visual is not streaming strong, but your audio is excellent. So I hesitate to do anything to
Okay.
interfere with
Yeah.
that, if that's
Good.
okay.
Thank you.
And when you talk about this area, what exactly do you mean to which towns?
Well, primarily from Stockton to Sacramento.
Okay. And why are you here testifying today?
I'm here to testify on the importance of the resources, the resources of the Delta, as it relates to wildlife observation, conservation, education, and just a way of life, in terms of how the Delta contributes to that, and also how this particular project will negatively impact those things.
And which project do you mean?
Oh, the Delta project.
Okay. Do you mean the Delta Conveyance project?
Yeah, the Delta Conveyance project, correct.
Okay. And how would you describe your experience with recreation in the Delta?
My experience with recreation in the Delta is multi-layered. It is very obviously also, it's from an educational standpoint, so and an enjoyment standpoint. It started off obviously as me as a growing up as a child, and then appreciating it, having it influence me, inspiring me to pursue things as a profession in terms of education, in the areas of wildlife and observation and education. But I would say more importantly, when I think about those things in my life, at least, it reflects on just what is influencing me in my life. And I think the best way for me to explain it is that I went to school in UC Santa Cruz to get my biology degree there, and I didn't want to leave. I loved it there. I could see myself living there and pursuing my passions for education and conservation right there in Monterey Bay. But I was asked to come home. My family needed some help, and so I came home. And I was challenged by both myself and some friends, like, well, why don't you just do it here? Your home needs as much of what you're wanting to do in Monterey Bay. And I said, well, it's prettier in Monterey Bay. And they go, yeah, but that's, it's just in the eye of the beholder. And within a really short period of time, I understood exactly what my friends and family were saying is sometimes it's hard to go home. And I went home and I readjusted that and realized, wait a second, everything who I am is right here. And everything about what has helped me to become who I am is right here. And so what I'm saying is the recreation value of where anyone is grows up as to who you are, as to how you want to present yourself. And so the Delta is a reflection of my life. My parents went to UOP back in the 40s. They're both, my dad's an immigrant from China. My mother's her parents were immigrants from Japan. And they settled right here in the Central Valley. My parents met at UOP, and they stayed here. This is where they laid their roots. This is where they got involved in the community. This is where they made an impact of life, for the betterment of life right here. And that was passed on to me. And I was able to take that on, understand it as I matured, met my wife here. And when I go out and talk about wildlife, talk about the birds I see, talk about how wonderful it is here, that is the foundation of it. It wasn't something that I just kind of came across and I studied and learned. It's an extension of who I am. I talk about those things because it made an impact on me. It's a cultural significance. And now that I'm at this stage of my life, I realize the importance of that. I see my mother every day because she's 101 and her days are limited. And when I see her and I reflect on my life where it is today, I realize it's so connected to right here. Everything that I've learned, everything that I value is a reflection of this community. And I don't want to pass that on. It's a real important legacy I feel to pass on. It's not just the wildlife, it's how the wildlife has affected me. It's how it's an extension of myself. And anything that affects that wildlife, my ability to observe it, my ability to talk about it, to educate about it, to share it, is something that is reflective of my life. And I've come to understand now that that is what keeps people where they're at. And why is it that I decided not to leave here? I've had so many opportunities, my wife and I, to move away, really valid reasons to move away. And what keeps us here are those things. What I call it a cultural value, because it's not just recreation, it's not just what it does for me income-wise, it's where I want to live. It's what forms the foundation of who I am. And in this place, the Delta, all of it is part of that. And whether or not you can talk about it effectively is kind of beside the point. I can do it. And when I'm out with kids, when I'm out with adults, whoever they are, and I share it, and they live here, I can tell they resonate with that. And I can tell that that makes an effect on their ability or their desire to stay here. And so when you talk about in terms of dollar values, there's nothing more important than people saying, I want to live here, I want to stay here, I want to raise my children here and carry it forward, because that's what it's all about. And California is such a transitory community. I mean, people move in and out all the time. And it's always amazing to me when I talk to longtime friends that have long moved away as to what keeps people at one spot and what keeps them to move away. And one of the biggest things that allows people, that encourages people like me to stay in the community, is this cultural thing that says, that's home. That's what I was raised on. That's what was built into me from a cultural aspect of what's important. And I would say, and this is for me, but I really get a feel for this, that the Delta, the wildlife, the whole scene, the whole feel that you get from here is what keeps people here. And so it's hard to even put an economic value on that, because that's how these communities thrive and go forward. And the Delta is no doubt a big part of that. How it is, the accessibility, the ability to share it, and seeing what it is. One thing living here all my life is things are changing. I'm born and raised here. My grandparents were farmers in the Central Valley. I know the value of what it means to progress. Things need to change. You need to develop. I'm not anti-ag. I'm not anti-development. I'm not anti-growth. But I say this a long time ago, and I've been saying it now for decades. The Central Valley is the most altered piece of land on the planet. No one questions that. The changes here are dramatic for very, very valid reasons. Everything grows here. It's amazing. The Delta has made this place so that it is just something where you can just do anything with it. But it comes at a price. There is less than 3% left of what is originally here. And sometimes when people say, oh, Dave, you just want to save it all, I go, yeah, what's left? What is left needs to be preserved. Everything impacts it. Every project that comes into this area has an impact. I've seen it. I know it. Everyone knows that. And I'm not anti-project, but at the same time, I think it needs to be done in a way that makes sense.
Mr. Yee, let's focus on, if we could, you refer to the National Fish and Wildlife Service survey of fishing and hunting regarding the bird watching. Could you explain to me what the significance of that reference is for you in terms of
Well,
bird
those,
near home?
yeah, I mean, that is just straight statistics based on what is going on in terms of just wildlife observation. It's just straight to statistic. It's recent. It's when it was last done, when I saw it, it was in the year 2000. I was amazed at the number in the year 2000, and here it is 22 years later, and it's only gone up. It is something that is people relate to wildlife observation. It is something that they're willing to do, to go to, and spend money on. So there's no questioning that, and it continues to grow. And I'm using that as a reference as to how valuable the resources of what we have here in the Delta to the overall economy of the area. And a lot of things are put on that value. What is the dollar value of wildlife observation, of bringing people here, of having it be something for the people that live here? It's enormous. That's what that statistics show. And it's only getting bigger as far as I can tell. It was huge in the year 2000. I can't believe how big it is today. It's gigantic. And when I take people out, and I get asked, by the way, every week. I'm taking a group out of seniors next week to the Cosumnes Preserve, and it just grows. I don't even have to advertise it. People ask me, Mr. Yee, will you take us out? And they're coming from all over the place.
And then Ms. Mullen, could we please look at Exhibit SOSC5, which is a map that is based on eBird data, I believe. And Mr. Yee, could you please explain what this map illustrates from your perspective?
Well, what this map illustrates is it just shows, number one, how many observations are being done on a daily basis in the area, in the areas that will be impacted by the project. It is the greater area of this is a major destination for people that look at birds, people that do observations. The area has become a primary spot for people to come from all over the place, but especially people that live here. We so want people to stay here and observe and appreciate what we have. It used to be, oh, if I want to see good stuff, I got to go to the Bay Area. Now it's becoming the exact opposite. People from the Bay Area are coming here, and a lot of that has to do with all of these observations and all of these surveys and all of these studies that most of them are done by locals. We all have now begun to understand how wonderful this place is, and we get out and we look at it and we have access to these places and we can share it. And the eBird data, it's daily, and it is in real time getting out to people. So they go, oh, look at what is now there. The sand-dove cranes have arrived. Let's go there. Let's drive there. Let's get out and appreciate it.
Thanks. We could put that down, Ms. Mullen. Thank you so much. And then did you also refer, Mr. Yee, to the Delta Protection Commission's Economic Sustainability Plan to look at kind of the dollars that may come in due to recreation in the Delta?
Yeah, and again, these are numbers that have been, they're crunched and everything. And in the same way, I remember when these numbers have come out over the last 30 years. And I've been doing this a long time, and I will never forget in the 90s how a bunch of us got together to talk about, oh, it's going to camp out. There's going to be a point in time where the number of dollars that are going to be spent on this type of recreation will probably plateau out. And that was, again, in the 90s, 30 years ago, I was thinking like a typical boomer, and that, oh, we're not going to spend money on that kind of stuff. How wrong I was. The number just keeps getting bigger. Every year, the need and the desire for people to spend dollars on recreation, accessible places. That's the biggest thing, is places that are accessible, places that are quote unquote pristine and quiet and have, the feel that I want to observe these things, the number of people that want that and are willing to spend money on it continues to go up. And that's not anything to say about the whole thing that was done on the hunters, because I have a lot of friends that are hunters. I'm not a hunter myself, but just the recreational dollars that are needed for the hunting industry and for that whole thing of fishing and hunting just
I'm going to
continues
stop
to
you,
go up, and it's
Yee,
huge here.
because Mr. Yee,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we need to stick with things that are in your testimony. So when we
You're
answer
right. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I was getting out of place. I apologize.
I want to stick with your testimony, please. So just to wrap things up, how do you think, and sticking with what you have in your testimony, if the Delta Tunnel project was built, how do you think it would affect birding and recreation, the values you've just been explaining, in the project area?
Well, it's really similar to what Mr. Burness said. Number one, it's accessibility. So when projects of any size once they start, accessibility becomes a major issue. You just can't get to the places anymore. They're blocked off, and depending on the size of the project will determine how long accessibility is no longer available and how big the accessibility issue is going to be. Just the sheer size of this project tells you how long it's going to be. It's going to be years. And just the vast size of it. So it's just accessibility, number one, drops off. And there's nothing worse than trying to get people to come to see something than accessibility, lack of accessibility. It's an ongoing issue that gets harder and harder and harder here in the Delta. Number two is just the sheer impact of noise, of machinery, of traffic that goes on with major projects that become a deterrent, not just to accessibility, but to the wildlife itself. And it just goes, it moves things. It causes things to be harder to see. And I mean, the impact on wildlife with any kind of project, of course, is well known. But in terms from an observational standpoint, it just becomes extremely difficult to access it, to see it, to appreciate it. And people all of a sudden don't want to do it anymore. It just goes hand in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. I think did you get to say everything you wanted to say that's within your testimony?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And with that, I believe I will look to either Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for this panel?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I do. And if I may start with you, Mr. Burness. Good
Sure.
afternoon. My name is Ann Carroll. I'm the Department of Water Resources General Counsel. It's nice to meet you. And Mr. Burness, as part of your testimony, did you provide a CV as an exhibit?
I'm sorry, a what? A curriculum vitae?
Yes.
I thought I did, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you know if you are testifying as an expert witness in this proceeding?
I don't believe I was an expert witness. I am an experienced activist and experienced in conservation issues and in land use planning issues, but I'm not an expert in any one field, as planners tend to not be.
Thank you. And when did you retire or leave Sacramento County for your position there?
2006, I believe it was. Maybe 2005, one of those.
Okay. And does your role as Conservation Committee Chair require any particular expertise?
My time and a certain amount of understanding of conservation issues, but it doesn't require any technical expertise or degrees.
And as I'm asking my questions today, is it okay with you if I refer to the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge simply as the refuge?
Certainly is.
Thank
So,
you. Make it a little easier for that tongue twister for me. So may I ask, have you reviewed the compensatory mitigation plan for the Delta Conveyance project
Not recently.
at any given time?
Not sure. My memory isn't as good as it used to be.
Have you reviewed any of the environmental commitments or best management practices for the Delta Conveyance project?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Do you recall which ones?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up FSL-1 and looking at, and Mr. Burness, I believe this is your testimony, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and if we could please go to page 3 and paragraph 4. And Mr. Burness, did you conduct any noise analysis for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did not conduct any noise evaluation. I did look at the environmental analysis many months ago on many of the impacts, including noise.
So would you say that you've reviewed chapter 24 noise of the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
I did not review the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. Did you listen to or review the testimony of Mr. Jason Volk during this hearing?
No.
Does I-5, Interstate 5, run along the length of the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge?
Most of it, yes.
Do large trucks travel along I-5?
Yes.
And do you know if those large trucks are currently disrupting migratory birds that stop over in the refuge?
Occasionally they do, but the birds do adapt.
And what do you mean by occasionally?
That there are likely occasional disturbances that get to them.
And what type of disturbances? Could you describe those?
Particularly loud noise of trucks, a whole group of trucks. I don't know. I'm not a specialist in this. I am reacting to what the combined impacts. A large part of those impacts were related to the construction sites, the noise impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Burness. Let's see. Do you know if there are currently any noise attenuation measures between I-5 and the refuge?
No.
And then Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 714? Okay. Mr. Burness, are you familiar with this document?
Nope.
Okay. Are you aware of any minimization measures that DWR is committed to taking to minimize traffic and construction-related noise?
I am aware of them from my reading of the environmental impact report months ago, but I couldn't give you details.
And Mr. Burness, have you reviewed DWR's proposed permit terms that we've submitted in this hearing?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Did DWR reach out to you to subsequently set up a meeting and tour of the refuge with Bart McDermott?
You mean
And
Marcus?
Marcus Yee?
Yes.
And he's a member of DWR?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So did Mr. Marcus Yee, to differentiate from our other witness, did Mr. Marcus Yee reach out to you to discuss developing a community benefits agreement that would target projects in the refuge?
Yes, he did.
And did you or Mr. McDermott or Mr. Claypool show Mr. Yee facilities that would benefit from repair and could benefit from future benefits funding?
I remember that we took a refuge tour. I don't know that that was a specific objective of the visit. I know that Mr. Yee lobbied us.
Okay. Do you recall why the Friends of Stone Lake group decided to discontinue discussions with DWR on the community benefits program?
We didn't see that there was much benefit for the refuge in it, all things being considered.
Thank you, Mr. Burness. Let's see. Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to Mr. Burness's testimony on page 3. And looking at lines 19 and 20, Mr. Burness, you mentioned the escalation of land values. Would you agree that there are many potential factors that can cause this escalation?
There are, but they are somewhat limited in the area that I am focusing on in the testimony.
And what are those other factors?
They, in the past, have been vineyards. Vineyards have been pretty much maxed out lately. There actually is an oversupply of grapes, and that's a problem now. There is long-term speculation in land to the extent that Elk Grove is actively expanding. That is a factor in escalation of land values. So yes, there are competing factors that this project would provide a contribution towards.
Are you familiar with a project called the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan?
Yes, I am.
Did you work on I'll refer to it as the SSHCP during your tenure at the County of Sacramento?
No, I was specifically requested that I be excluded from it by a land speculator.
So what is your role in that project, if any?
I have not participated in the development of the plan. I left that to the others that were much more involved. I have engaged with folks working with the Sacramento Valley Conservancy on implementation of portions of that plan.
What portions of the plan?
Looking for willing sellers to purchase easements that could be funded through the Conservancy. Through the HCP process.
Thank you. Do you know if the SSHCP has mitigation measures for truck traffic and construction noise?
If the FCC does, I'm sorry, if what does?
The South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan?
No, I don't.
Okay. Is it possible that construction noise and truck traffic would not disrupt migratory birds?
Objection vague.
I
And it's a hypothetical that's incomplete.
I'll allow, to the extent you can answer, Mr. Burness.
I was going to say I can't answer that. So.
Okay, is it possible? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
OSHA beat me to it.
Is it possible that construction noise and truck traffic would discourage migratory birds from stopping at the refuge?
It's possible.
Do you have an estimate of how many migratory birds stop over in the refuge?
I have heard those from Bart, and I don't keep those in my head. My point was, it wasn't just the noise from the truck traffic. It was the combined noise and the visitor experience that you get from it. It was not totally based upon the impact on wildlife.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burness. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 1132? I think this is a large file. There we go. Mr. Burness, are you familiar with this document?
I've never read it. I'm
Yeah.
familiar with the basic purpose and commitments associated with it, but I have not studied it in detail.
Okay, and could you describe to me what this document is?
It's the adopted environmental impact report for the HCP, South Sacramento HCP.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could we go to PDF page 254, please? And if you go to the bottom of that page and just to the top of 255, I believe that's where I want to be. No, that's not quite right. Wonder if I meant a different page. I'll come back to this, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Would you agree, Mr. Burness, that the Delta Conveyance project is an opportunity to place mitigation lands within the refuge boundary?
Yes.
And would you agree that it's an opportunity to expand the lands that the United States Fish and Wildlife Services currently manages?
Yes.
Would you agree that it would be beneficial if DWR, through the Delta Conveyance project, worked with the refuge to obtain more land within the 18,000 acre boundary?
Yes.
And then Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up Mr. Burness's testimony again to page 4. And if you look at lines 11 and 12, Mr. Burness, is it true that you say that there are difficulties of mitigating in the inventory area of the SSHCP?
Yes.
And you've stated that you have some familiarity with that project. Do you have any familiarity with their avoidance or mitigation measures?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by their avoidance or mitigation measures. Are you talking about any particular deals that they do with landowners? Or
Well,
what their framework is?
the framework for the avoidance and mitigation measures for that project.
Generally familiar.
That's
Yes.
big. What do you mean by that project?
The SSHCP.
It's an HCP. It's not a project.
It's a, Mr. Burness, do you understand that the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Program has a plan for avoidance and mitigation measures as part of its program?
I'm not sure of the details of that.
Okay. Do you know if any mitigation for the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Program has been implemented?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Do you know if any mitigation has been implemented under the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan program?
Not in any particular ways.
Do you know if there's any guarantee that the mitigation for the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan will be implemented?
No.
What happens if what happens if the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan program is delayed and the land is converted to incompatible crop types?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
I was
Hold on, Mr. Burness. Ms. Meserve, help me there. Which part?
Ms. Carroll said, what happens if South Sac HCP is delayed? I guess apparently this plan was adopted in 2018. So I don't think we've established any foundation about what part of it's been implemented or not. As far as I know, with the Habitat Conservation Plan, it gets implemented as projects are approved that require the mitigation to be purchased and whatnot. So I guess I just don't think a foundation's been laid for the question at all.
And what does it mean by delayed? So maybe Ms. Carroll, can you just, I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you mean
like
by
what?
delayed?
Well, Mr. Burness, you testified that you aren't aware of any mitigation under the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan being implemented, correct?
No, I didn't. I did not. I did. That's not what I agreed with. Actually, there have been acquisitions under the plan. There has been delay in being able to make acquisitions until there was enough money to do it. There have been difficulties and challenges in getting people to agree to a deal, but there has been implementation.
So by acquisitions, do you equate that to mitigation?
Acquisitions are a way to mitigate for the impacts of development within the developed area of the Habitat Conservation Plan. So maybe we're talking past each other, but that's my understanding.
Okay, no, that helps me. Thank you. So if we could, Ms. Mullen, go back to the document DWR 1132. And if we could go to PDF page 253. There we go. And if we could scroll to the bottom of that page, I think that will get us to where we need to be. There we go. And if we could stop right a little further down, please, so we can see the rest of that paragraph. Thanks. Mr. Burness, could you please read this paragraph to yourself and let me know when you've completed that?
Starting with although.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you surprised to see that noise was not studied further in the EIR past initial?
Objection relevance.
Yeah,
I'll allow it. Go ahead, Mr. Burness.
it's a completely different project than the one I'm commenting testifying on.
This is it's completely irrelevant. This is an HCP for development projects that themselves are subject to environmental review. Like there's no relevance to a infrastructure project that we're talking about here. And it's also a CEQA document, which we're not even in a CEQA process right now. We're in a water rights hearing.
Well, let's see where Ms. Carroll, where are we going with this line of questioning?
Mr. Burness testified that noise impacts sandhill cranes, and this is a project that overlaps the Delta Conveyance project. So I wanted to dig into his concerns regarding noise and other projects in the area that would also potentially impact sandhill crane.
The HCP is not a quote project. The HCP is a plan.
That's what I think we haven't, so the lack of relevance here potentially is that the HCP,
It's
as I'm
not
understanding,
proposing
no, Ms. Meserve, let me articulate how I understand that, is that the environmental document for the HCP addresses kind of at the programmatic level certain things, but that for individual construction projects, there would need to be an individualized EIR. Is that what you're
Right.
getting to, Ms. Meserve?
The HCP is addressing, I believe, how overall the habitat mitigation will occur for a collection of actual projects that occur on this landscape. So reading this paragraph to myself, and without reading the rest of the environmental impact report, it makes some sense why this HCP environmental document may not have tried to analyze the noise impacts of those individual projects that may seek coverage under the habitat conservation plan being analyzed in this environmental document. I fail to see the relevance of this document or this line of questioning to this specific, to the proceeding that we're in right now.
Understood. So Ms. Carroll, do you have, I mean, I think it's a valid point that I'm just not sure what the scope of this document is. Are you going to point us to an area of the document that discusses noise? I guess I'm not sure. Is noise addressed, actual construction with noise addressed in this document? Can you show us that? Or should we move on?
Well, if we look at this paragraph, it says that noise is not further addressed other than
Right.
scoping.
What
So
is-
I cannot point to another point in the document.
Okay.
But this environmental document is not analyzing the effects of any particular
Understood. Ms.
project.
Missouri, I understand exactly your point, I believe. So, Ms. Carroll, I'm going to ask you to move on. Based on my understanding that this document doesn't purport to address noise, which is what it says, unless you have something else to tell me that I'm not thinking about.
It's the underlying environmental document for projects under the program. So my next question is actually about a project under the program.
Okay, let's go to the project and see if this helps us in any way. Ms. Meserve, you're noted, so we'll track this.
And Mr. Burness, do you know if the Harvest Water Program has coverage under the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan?
There's an overlap of acquisition areas, and there is an effort. I'm not sure what you mean by coverage. Could you explain?
Objection, I think it lacks foundation. I don't think it's been established that the Harvest Water Program requires coverage under the South Sac HCP.
I think we're getting Mr. Burness's question went exactly there. So Ms. Carroll, do you want to rephrase the question? What do you mean by coverage?
Coverage being, is it a project subject to this plan program?
Do you know, Mr. Burness?
If the project involves, yes, I believe it does, because the project involves the laying of pipelines to distribute the water. And to the extent that there is development in that area of pipelines or facilities, that could require mitigation that would be mitigated under the Habitat Conservation Plan. There may be other connections too, but I'm not familiar with all the details of it.
So do you know if Harvest Water Project is a covered action under the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan?
I do not know that for a fact.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burness. In your testimony, you also mentioned multiple projects in and near the refuge boundary. Did you submit comments during the public comment period for any of those projects?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you mentioned on your testimony on page 3, lines 6 to 11, a solar project within the refuge boundary. Do you know?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Do you know if there was any mitigation for that solar facility that you mentioned?
No, that was done under the radar. We weren't aware of it until after, under at least the Friends radar screen. We didn't know about it until after it was already being constructed.
Okay. Mr. Burness, have you ever been involved with the development of mitigation measures for a large infrastructure project?
Only in terms of reacting to them, not developing them myself.
Okay, thank you. And then on your testimony, page 3, lines 12 through 16, what is the basis for this statement in your testimony?
first of all, there have been various attempts to develop some facilities, not a lot, but in the past there have been some attempts that I remember from my days as a planner. They have been turned down so far. My experience as a planner working to protect habitat and monitor development in Sacramento County suggests that when you have a 10-year project where there is a base of activity, that you're going to find land speculation and maybe eventually also requests for related types of uses as part of a justification to rezone and general plan amendment that property to gain some commercial advantages in the vicinity of that facility. That's my experience as to over the years of the way the development process slowly works. And I see the potential for that increased with all of the construction activity that is going on at Twin Cities Road associated with this project.
Do you know if any of these quasi-urban uses were described in the Delta Conveyance project description?
I doubt that they were, but I didn't look for that specifically. That would be speculation on their part, and they would dismiss it. Speculation is part of what I'm talking about, however, as an impact that needs to be recognized.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll down a bit to expose lines 17 to 21. Mr. Burness, what other travel commercial uses are you referring to that are likely to be required as a result of the project along I-5 at the Twin Cities Road intersection?
Well, I think it's pretty specific there. I don't know that it requires any additional information. Truck service facility and gas stations, ancillary services, which I don't know all of what they could be. It could be maintenance facilities that might be contracted out that are related to the construction process. And then you're going to have workers working out of that site, and so there may be some justification for creating a restaurant there under, that would obviously serve travel commercial purposes beyond this tunnel, but the tunnel project could provide an impetus for proposals to rezone, an argument for those that might have more chance of success.
Ernest, do you have any experience in performing land valuation?
No.
Do you have any experience in commercial development?
I have experience in terms of reviewing commercial development proposals and their relative merits relevant to the circumstances of land use on the property and in the vicinity.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, thank you. You have lines 24 and 26 on the screen. Do you have a citation for the assertion that the nearby intakes on the Sacramento River and the Twin Cities complex create about 1,074 acres of required habitat mitigation?
That was my understanding from the environmental document. I'm not sure where I got that citation.
So when you said the environmental document, do you mean the EIR or something?
Yeah, EIR for the tunnel project.
And then looking at lines 27 and 28, which species habitat are you referring to specifically?
I'm sorry, what?
Looking at, 27 and 28, you say refuge species. Which species habitat are you referring to specifically? Like what particular species?
I'm not referring to any particular species.
Have you ever developed mitigation measures for any of the refuge species?
No.
And looking on page 5 of your testimony, paragraph 14, bullet 3, you mention lands immediately south of Elk Grove. Do you know the distance of these lands to the intakes?
7 miles, maybe, roughly, to guess.
And do you know what the distance of these lands to the Twin Cities complex is?
4 or 5, roughly.
Are you aware of any transmission lines or distribution lines in the lands immediately south of Elk Grove that would give you concern about placing mitigation lands there?
The status of the lines has changed enough over time that I do not have an active memory of where the lines are and where they're going to be undergrounded.
Okay. And Mr. Burness, do you recall or do you know if the Bay Delta Conservation Plan was proposed as a natural community conservation plan?
It was proposed as a conservation plan associated with the approval of the tunnel project. It was a back when there was an effort to do comprehensive mitigation planning for projects. And it was put forward to us as going above and beyond the minimum required mitigation and doing something that would be a comprehensive plan that would benefit impacted species.
Are you aware that the Delta Conveyance Project is not a natural community conservation plan?
I'm very much aware of that.
Mr. Burness, are you familiar with the bird returns program?
No.
Would you agree that not all mitigation habitat must be purchased?
Great.
And do you believe that mitigation habitat could be obtained through easements and other mechanisms that do not require?
I'm talking about the acquisition of I'm thinking about the acquisition of easements as I wrote this.
Right.
That's a major way to protect the habitat.
For clarification, then, in bullet 2 above the conclusion, are you saying that in addition to these easements and other mechanisms that DWR would be required to purchase acreage, though, as part of mitigation?
It all depends on the circumstances. I wasn't suggesting that I wasn't let me back up. Let me reread it. This is a request, okay? This is a request to your board that the DWR and its partners be required as a condition of approval of the permit to coordinate with conservation organizations working to protect habitat and farmland in the basin, to acquire easements and or fee title to significant acreage between South Stone Lake and Cosumnes River Preserve to provide additional roosting and foraging habitat. That is part of what we discussed with the representatives of the original project back in the early aughts, late aughts, early teens, when the project first supervised. We got that commitment and then the project fell apart. What we've been arguing ever since is that commitment be honored in subsequent versions of the conveyance project.
So I think, Mr. Burness, I think what Ms. Carroll is getting at, and we're trying to understand, is in bullet point 2, when you say shall purchase, is it correct? Is my understanding correct that by purchase you mean purchase an easement?
Yes.
Fee title?
Easement or fee title, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what it talks about in the prior bullet.
I just wanted to clarify that we weren't
Okay.
required to purchase the
Sorry.
property and fee.
I thought you weren't understanding the first one.
No, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Burness. Those are all the questions I have for you. I'm ready to move on to Mr. Yee unless you'd like a break.
Let's do a break.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:50, please. All right, welcome back. Looking to the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll, Ms. Meserve, and we are just looking for Mr. Yee, I think.
Hopefully he didn't leave.
Sure he didn't.
We need him.
Mr. Yee, as soon as you're back, if you will please come on camera. Oh, there we go. Welcome back.
Here I am.
Excellent. I think we're ready. Ms. Carroll, to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Yee. Thanks for being with us this afternoon.
Hello.
Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up Mr. Yee's statement of qualifications? It's SOSC 2, I believe. Thank you. And Mr. Yee, you state you were a part-time biological consultant. What did that work entail?
It entailed primarily surveying Swainson's hawks.
Okay. You also say that you're a teacher of birding. What does that entail?
Yes. I teach classes even currently at a program at the University of Pacific. I teach bird identification, bird appreciation, things like that.
Very good. Are you here today to provide expert testimony?
On the topic of birds and bird identification and their status and distribution, yes.
Are you also testifying based on your personal observations?
Mostly.
Okay. Let's see. There's an exhibit I would like to pull up. Actually, I don't want to pull it up. I'm just going to ask you about a list of bird species. And if you don't understand me or if I'm mispronouncing them, please let me know.
Sure.
Have you ever observed a brant? Oh, actually, let me start this way. I'm going to be referring to the DCP sites. And can you agree with me that when I say DCP sites, that I mean the location of the proposed intakes and the Twin Cities complex? Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That limits this a little bit better. Have you ever observed a brant at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a Barrow's goldeneye at the DCP sites?
Yes.
And did you observe the Barrow's goldeneye roosting?
You mean like sitting in the swimming on the water?
Or nesting, to be more specific?
No. No. They do not nest anywhere in California.
Did you observe the Barrow's goldeneye foraging near the DCP sites?
Yes. Yes.
Have you observed a black swift at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you observed a Costas hummingbird at the DCP sites?
I gotta think. Costas hummingbird at that site. So few records for that area. No, I have not.
Okay. And have you observed the calliope hummingbird at the DCP sites?
I'm thinking. In that area, no. These are rare birds you're talking about.
Could I ask a point of clarification, Ms. Carroll? With the DCP sites, you mentioned the 2 intakes in Twin Cities complex. There's also sites in other parts of the Delta. Is there a reason you're only asking him about those sites versus other sites in the Central and South Delta, or?
I don't believe I'm permitted to testify, but
Oh, well, I guess I'm worried it's
This-
confusing to ask about only a part of the project area.
I think Ms. Carroll can if she wants to, but I don't know if you would
Okay.
like to reveal.
I
It's
just want to
really
make sure it's
up to you
clear.
if you want to reveal your reasons, but
It's just as long as he's clear, I guess if we're talking about the area in the map he showed, maybe is, okay.
no, I believe we've defined it and agreed upon it. Have we, Mr. Yee?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I just will comment that currently every species that you've mentioned to me has a designation of very rare status. In other words, they're not a regular occurring bird by any means. So far.
And when you say regularly occurring bird, what do you mean by that?
I would say that so far, all the species that you've mentioned, the number of records in that area, in Sacramento / San Joaquin counties, some of those don't even occur annually. So they are of rare occurrence, at least the birds that you've asked me about thus far.
And see, that's where I'm confused about this line of questioning because Mr. Yee mentioned San Joaquin counties, but the way Ms. Carroll identified DCP sites didn't include San Joaquin County.
I think it's more
I'm worried
limited,
the
and that's
witness
fine. I'm
does
having
not-
fun. I want to know what the next bird is. I wish there were photos.
Well,
There-
so
Yeah.
did you ask your questions in reference to a map, Ms. Carroll, if you intend
We
to
want to look at a map,
at-
orient us at a map just to see where the sites are? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I just want to make sure Mr. Yee's answering questions that he understands the
All right,
site.
that we know the geographic location. That seems fair enough. Ms. Carroll, do you happen to have a reference to a map of the intake sites and Twin Cities footprints that we can?
If
Sure.
you wanted to use SOSC 5, that's what Mr. Yee used in his testimony. Is that what you intended?
That was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Mazur.
I just want to make sure everybody's talking about the same thing.
Yeah, again, I'm perfectly fine with that because the birds that you've asked for me, like Calliope hummingbird in the Central Valley floor, I've personally, and I'm out all the time, and I know how many records are out there of Calliope hummingbird on the Central Valley floor. There's very few, and so I can tell you right off the top of my head if I've seen them anywhere in the area outside of my home. But the number of records that I hear about, and I hear about the birds that you've mentioned thus far are what gets on what is called the rare bird alert. I get little dings on my phone when a Calliope hummingbird is found anywhere in the area. It's that significant of a find. So is Brant. Brant is a very rare bird. So I know how many records there are for the area. It's probably just for that area, there might just be 1 or 2, period, ever. And I have not been fortunate enough to see either one of those.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. I think you'll like the rest of my list.
We're
Okay,
only at
go for it.
C, right? All right.
Have you ever
I
observed
like bird lists.
Have you ever observed a rufous hummingbird at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you observed it nesting at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you observed it foraging at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever observed an Allen's hummingbird at the DCP sites?
No.
Is the Allen's hummingbird one of the rare bird alerts?
Yes.
Have you ever observed a black turnstone at the DCP sites?
No. I don't even think there's a record of one for that site at all.
Have you ever observed a fulvous whistling duck at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a red knot at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a pectoral sandpiper at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you observed it foraging at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you observed it nesting at the DCP sites?
No.
Is the pectoral sandpiper a rare bird alert bird?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Have you ever observed a Franklin's gull at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a western gull at the DCP sites?
Let me think. Oh, no.
Have you ever observed a California least tern at the DCP sites?
Have not.
Have you ever observed a common loon at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you observed the common loon foraging at DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you observed the common loon nesting at DCP sites?
No.
Is the common loon a rare bird alert bird?
I would say probably. It's kind of marginal, but I'll go with a yes.
Thank you. Have you ever observed a golden eagle at the DCP sites?
Golden eagle, I would say yes.
Okay. I don't know if foraging is the correct word, but have you ever observed a golden eagle foraging at the DCP sites?
Yeah, and there's hunting, searching around, probably. Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. Have you ever observed the golden eagle nesting at the DCP sites?
No.
Is the golden eagle on the rare bird alert list?
For that area, no.
Have you ever observed a bald eagle at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you ever observed a bald eagle hunting at the DCP sites?
Yes.
Have you ever observed a bald eagle nesting at the DCP sites?
No.
Is the bald eagle on the rare bird alert list for that area?
20 years ago, yes. Currently, no. It's made a good comeback.
Have you ever observed a northern saw-whet owl at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a northern pygmy owl at the DCP sites?
No.
Have you ever observed a Sermilian flycatcher at the DCP sites?
No.
That was an extensive list. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I'd like to look at SOSC 4, please, Ms. Mullen. And Mr. Yee, are you familiar with this document?
Somewhat, yes.
Have you read this document?
Not in its entirety, to be honest with you.
Okay. In your testimony, you cite to this document saying that there were 96.3 million people observing birds for the entire United States. That includes more than California, correct?
I'm sorry, we may have,
Yes.
can you just repeat the last part of your question, Ms. Carroll?
Oh, I said that includes more than just California. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, I heard that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does this document identify the number of people observing birds just in California?
As far as I know, as I can tell, no.
Okay. Does this document identify the number of people observing birds in the Delta?
Does not.
Okay. Are you aware that this survey has faced concerns about coverage error in rural areas?
I have.
And was the data in this document derived from nationwide interviews conducted in 2022?
I don't know the particulars of that.
And you also quote percentages in your testimony, page 4, line 27, if you have it, and also page 5, line 1. And would you like Ms. Mullen to pull that up for you? Please, thank you.
No, I can find it real quick. So page 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are these percentages that you quote also nationwide percentages?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, could you please go back to SOSC 5, please? Thank you. And Mr. Yee, did you prepare this map?
Did I prepare the map?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did it in conjunction with, you know, the people.
Who are the people?
With Miss Meserve and company. They were the ones that we did it together.
Okay. And what part of this map did you prepare?
Well, I didn't prepare it. I just gave input on it in terms of, does it look accurate? Is the data that's being used a good representation of like surveys and eBird reports and things like that? I was, believe, one of many that contributed to it.
And so could I just clarify that when you say contributed to it, do you mean in interpreting this map or in preparing the map, like drawing the map?
I didn't draw the map, but then I was consulted on it.
Okay. Do you know who else was consulted on this map?
Several other people that are very, very, they're experts in the field.
Okay. Do you happen to know Eric Ringelberg?
I mean, I know of him, don't know him personally.
Okay. Do you know if he worked on this map?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know if this map was prepared by the Harvest Water Project?
I do not know.
Let's see. Are you aware of the Harvest Water Project?
I am not.
Let's see here. And the data in this map, is this data of bird sightings?
Yes.
Does it show roost sites or foraging sites?
I believe it's just sightings. I don't, and that could take in, you know, that's interpreted differently by different sources.
How would you interpret sightings?
Present.
So that could include a flyover?
Correct.
And Mr. Yee, you've said you've spent a lot of time in the Delta birding, is that correct?
Correct.
And would you consider yourself one of the most knowledgeable birders in the Delta region?
Yes.
Did you review the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
Have you reviewed the mitigation and monitoring plan for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
And Mr. Yee, are you aware of the community benefits program for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. I don't believe I had heard from anyone, but I will look to the room. Does anyone else have questions for these two panelists? All right. I have one question, although it's not directly related to Delta Conveyance, I'll admit. Mr. Yee, do you have a favorite bird, like species?
I studied hummingbirds in college, and currently it is the group of birds I probably get asked the most questions about. So I do classes on hummingbirds, and they're just a big draw for people, and so I like them a lot because people just are intrigued by them. They're accessible. You put up a feeder and they come to your yard. So I would say currently, just from a standpoint of just being able to share, hummingbirds are my favorite.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
You're welcome.
With that, I will look to Ms. Meserve. Do you have any redirect for these witnesses?
Just a couple of questions. Let's see, starting with Mr. Burness. Ms. Carroll asked you a couple of questions about whether it could be beneficial if, and forgive me if I get the phrasing slightly wrong, but if DWR was to fund the purchase of additional lands within the refuge boundary or something to that effect. And my question is, Mr. Burness, if funding could be provided for those types of acquisitions within the refuge boundary from another source that did not include construction of the Delta Tunnel and the impacts that you've testified about today, would that be better for the refuge in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes. I guess our recommendations are a reflection of the fact that despite our significant concerns about the project, that it may be approved and go forward. And if that is the case, then any mitigation that occurs in the refuge, I think that helps the refuge would be worthwhile. But our preference is that this project not go forward because of all of the various impacts that it has on the refuge.
I believe, Mr. Burness, you were also asked with respect to, I believe it was page, let me just switch that page, 3 of your testimony listed some of the other development projects in the vicinity of the refuge, and you were asked whether you had submitted comments on those projects. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was submitted comments or whether I was, yeah, I do recall that line.
Isn't it true that Friends of Stone Lakes did submit comments on, for instance, the multi-story hospital project that was
Yes, I did mention that one because it was turned down, but that was another one of the projects that I did identify that was a significant threat to the refuge because it involved a helicopter pad on the top of a 10-story building right next to the refuge boundary, which is pretty kind of a no-brainer that it's not a good idea. And we did testify to that effect.
And with respect to the compost facility in your list, that hasn't yet gone out for environmental review yet, so there wouldn't have been an opportunity to comment yet, is that correct?
Right, we haven't commented yet. We have indicated some concern with planning staff, but other than that, no.
Thank you. Should I do the redirect I had of Mr. Yee, or would you like me to stop there?
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
The only question I had for you, Mr. Yee, was you were asked about a fascinating list of bird observations and your excellent memory thereof with respect to the DCP sites in the Northern Delta. And my question just was the fact that you haven't personally seen certain birds on that list mean that those birds would not be in those locations at some time?
The fact that I did not see them is not a reflection that they ever occurred there, is the way I would best define it. That was an intriguing list. And many of the birds, I would say most of them, I would venture to say have never been reported in that given area. I say that with a lot of confidence. Like the fulvous whistling duck maybe was once there 100 years ago. That bird is gone from the Central Valley. So, and a lot of the birds are kind of, that were asked, are kind of in that category. They are, you know, I'm trying to think of the area, but you know, I'm very much into the listing game. I know there's Black Turnstone record for Yolo County, but I don't believe it's there. So I have to kind of, and then I got to remember if I went and saw the bird and everything like that. And if I saw the bird in those, because I chase, I'm a chaser. So I go to see rare birds. I'm one of those people. And I was trying to think of, did I see a calliope hummingbird in that area? Have I seen a calliope hummingbird in Sacramento County? Yeah, I have. But I'm trying to think if I saw it in that particular spot. Because there's very few. And when a bird like that gets mentioned, if I'm available, I'll try to see it. But they're rare. It was a very intriguing list. One that is very intriguing to me as a hardcore birder.
Thank you.
That all, Ms. Meserve?
Yes.
Thank you. Then with that, Ms. Carroll, do you have any follow-up?
I do not. Thank you both.
Thank you. And I want to thank both of you, Mr. Burness, Mr. Yu. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us today and for your testimony. And you are excused. And I believe with that, we've completed our witnesses for today. We are next scheduled to meet, I believe, on Monday. That would be the 6th. I'm going to remind myself who we have. PCFFA. So we have a pretty good list for October 6th, and we'll see if we can get through everyone. In the meantime, is there anything that we need to address procedurally before we break and then reconvene on Monday?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I was just going to mention, and obviously I'm not in a big hurry to create another deadline at this moment, but I do think that the briefing issue on the fully protected species issue may be important and worth doing. So I don't know when you would want to see that or exactly how to fit that into our schedule, but you had mentioned that, and I just wanted to chime in that I did think that because it is different than the other species we're talking about with respect to the greater sandhill crane, that I support that idea.
Okay, this is helpful. Well, one thing is my understanding is it is different, but there may be another. And now is it golden eagle? I think there may be. Sandhill crane are not the only ones, and there may be others that are relevant. So whichever those are, but sandhill cranes we talk the most about.
There would be, right? There is a list.
Yeah, there is a list. Here's what I would propose that I know there are a lot of parties, but if Ms. Meserve, on behalf of your clients, you'd be willing to meet and confer with DWR, Ms. Carroll and her team about, it sounds like there's an interest in briefing from both sides, and I certainly would be open if there's a schedule that you can come up with. That would be the best case. I know you're also waiting on me to put out the rebuttal schedule, which may be relevant here. I am working on that. As I've mentioned, there are a lot of moving parts in front of, all of you know, there are a lot of things happening in front of the board, and we are trying to work through think about all the potential conflicts and how to work with those. So I'm trying to get that out. I hope to have that out at some point next week. Maybe the best, I don't know. Talk to each other. If it's necessary to wait and see what that schedule looks like to fit in the briefing, that may also make sense. Or you can come to me with a proposal if you want me to think about it before I put out a schedule. That's another possibility to think that through.
Right. Or, I mean, it could be a closing brief issue, or,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's part of what everyone should think about is whether, what's the benefit of briefing it earlier on versus, at the end. So I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, honestly, at this moment, but.
Yeah, me neither. Ms. Carroll, please.
Yeah, I think we would be leaning towards a closing brief deadline. I think that would be the simplest for all, even though it may not benefit us during this hearing process. Also, I just wanted to mention that DWR had put forth a proposal of rebuttal timelines and conclusion of the hearing for your consideration, Hearing Officer Kinsey. And then I wanted to ask about going forward in the case in chief testimony. Generally, the witnesses are listed in boxes, and at times they're in a panel and at times they're not. So I was wondering if we could get clarification as to which witnesses are appearing as panels and which are appearing as individuals.
My understanding, and you can reflect back, that we may have had an exception with the city of Stockton, but I think since then the practice has been those listed in a box together were presented as a panel. Those not listed listed in separate boxes were not presented as a panel. Is that the intent, as far as you know, Ms. Meserve, of how those were laid out?
That was my understanding, yes. But I guess I can try to, anyone who's listening now, who's coming up should, I guess, advise DWR if there's differences from the boxes.
Or a change, yeah, or a proposed change. I realize that it may be that at times to accommodate schedules, we have to break down a panel, but.
If it helps, I guess the ones we would have questions are CWIN on October 10th for Mr. Gomberg and Mr. Buckley. They're separated, but for the same party. Also for SAC Sewer on the 20th. They're all listed in individual boxes similar to, I believe, Stockton. And then I believe that. Oh, and then Friends of the River on October 27th.
Thank you. And for those representatives, if you have clarification on that, or if you do want to talk to one another about just think through whether it makes sense to put them as a panelist. Oh, I see Mr. Reese has a hand up. Can we please elevate Mr. Reese? And I'm sorry, I didn't see when your hand came up, but you're welcome to come on camera. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I don't think Ms. Carroll had questions about our people. So I guess there isn't. That's why I raised my hand. I thought there was an issue of whether who was a panel and who wasn't.
Well, since you're here, why don't you clarify what did your intent in the lines match what your intent was in terms of
I don't have the lines in front of me, but the panel will be Tom Burke and Greg Wilson together, and the farmers together, which will be Mario Jacks, Richard Marchini, and Rudy Musi. So there'll be a panel.
So I don't see Mario.
Yeah, he was. I didn't put him on there for some reason. I got left off, but I'm almost certain that we uploaded his testimony back at the deadline. But I'll triple check that.
My understanding is we have his testimony, and we were wondering where he was. Oh, I may not be looking at the new schedule.
Yeah, he's on the current
revised schedule. Yep.
Yeah.
My team told me I'm looking at the wrong one. So,
scared me there. So
okay.
That clarifies.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, please.
And one more thing on schedule. I was wondering if in the rebuttal information you're providing, if you were also going to assign a November hearing date for cross after the site visits?
Yes. I need to do that is also on my to-do list. And it makes sense to include it in the same amended hearing notice. So yes.
And just for clarification, that's if needed. right?
Correct, if needed, but of course, obviously it would be sometime after the November 10th site visit. So we may, if needed. That's exactly right. But I think the plan would be to pencil in something so we have a hold on the calendar, and then we can see if we need to cancel the day. Ms. Carroll, I did want to mention if DWR wants to respond at least to the part of Baykeeper had a motion which I have not read in detail, but it did include a request to cross-examine one of the witnesses, I believe, on October 6th. So if DWR does want to respond in writing and wants me to consider the written response, if you would please submit something by the end of the day, and I mean midnight on tomorrow, so I can take a look at it on Friday and then be ready to go. If you have a request with that to ask for more time about the rest of it, I think that is more relevant to rebuttal scope. We can set an appropriate time frame for that. But just let me know. You may have the same experience I have, which I've been sitting in this hearing, so I have not been reading the motion.
Yes, I would really appreciate if we would limit tomorrow's response just to the cross-examination and we defer rebuttal until we get some more information on that schedule.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else we should address? Great. With that, I will see you on Monday, October 6th, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.